Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena hosting the Sunday Million. And guess what, guys? KO week continues, and that means it is another progressive knockout edition of the Sunday Million. $215 buy-in this week, still with a $1 million guarantee, an actual prize pool of more than $1.5 million with more than 7,750 total entries. We're streaming at Cards Up tonight, the we being me, James Hartigan, and my colleagues Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
James, Joe, it's so good to see you.
Likewise, Griffin, and we haven't had a chance to speak or catch up since Prague. Obviously, we were on location. You were working from home. How was that for you? How did you find the event?
You know what? I found it to be pretty seamless, at least from the production side for myself. I thought it was great. I mean, I wasn't there for any sort of rehearsal or anything like that. I just felt like it was completely seamless. So you guys really seemed to figure out how to make it work. And the actual final table was, I mean, it was a lot of fun, a lot of really interesting sort of conflicting styles and a really well-deserved champion. So I just thought it was a perfect event to bring back live poker to the EPT.
Absolutely, and let's see what we can do with Monte Carlo and whether we can actually get Griffin out on the Riviera. Joe, I referenced the fact that the prize pool in this event is over $1.5 million, so that's more than 50% above the guarantee. There is something to be said for the progressive knockout format. It brings out the players in droves.
Yeah, I mean, look, that we can see it, we can feel it. Just that extra little oomph of, hey, I don't have to go deep in this thing to make money. I don't even have to outlast 80% of the field, 85% of the field, whatever it is. That cha-ching, that feeling you get, that buzz, that deposit in your account is just something that's always going to be appealing.
Absolutely. So let's just recap the top stats here, guys. 7,753 total entries in this $215 buy-in event, so pretty much double the price of last week's Sunday Million. That was 5,260 unique players, so to be clear, this would have covered its guarantee without re-entries, but there were 2,493 re-entries.
Jeez.
That means $1,550,600 in the prize pool. 1,103 players getting paid, and of course they played well into the money last night. Day one of the Sunday Million on a Sunday, as the name would suggest, is around 8 to 9 hours of play. They played down, in fact, to the final 65, and that's where we're going to pick up the action tonight. And with 65 remaining, everyone's locked up $854.61. But as ever, in a progressive knockout format, those payouts only tell half the story, literally, because half the prize money is in head prizes, it is in bounties. And we've already got players, just looking in the lobby, who've already won $5,500 in bounties. And Griffin,
wow.
That is why when we cover these events, I guess every decision that's taken, you have to factor the bounty equity into it.
Yeah, and we see really interesting situations emerge because of that fact. Short stacks that are all in, a short stack that's about to be all in, and just how it can create action around the table. We've seen some big overshoves for large stacks that would otherwise a situation that we would never normally see. So it can create big action. It can create really, really big knockout stacks. And it always creates that even prize money for first and second, and you having to explain what that means to the people at home.
Absolutely, and I look forward to doing it for anyone new watching this evening. Let me show you our first feature table of the evening. It is headlined by the chip leader coming into day two of the Sunday Million, a player called Ovi Poker Kid, who comes from Romania.
The year of Romania.
A low to mid-stakes player who actually had a deep run in last week's KO Week edition of the Sunday Million, which was a $109 buy-in. And interestingly, Ovi Poker Kid was 109th in that event, cashing out for $1,300. Has just under 100K in total PokerStars earnings. I don't think it's going to be a shock to you that this player specializes in PKOs, mainly plays progressive knockouts, and their best ever online result was in a bounty builder event back in 2018. It had a $16.50 buy-in, and the cash, the win, was worth $10,600. So let's see if Ovi Poker Kid can hold on to that chip lead, build that chip lead, make it to the final table, and get their best ever result tonight. Action underway. And blinds are 15,000, 30,000 right now.
Who is going to be still in bed? Still at work?
Good opportunity for, well, a decent opportunity at least for an open, maybe with the king 8 suited, but it's always tough when there's a couple of shove stacks behind. You know, maybe something like king 9 suited, certainly king 10 suited, we would have seen an open. Really tough spot here to shove from the small blind, but goes for it with the ace 3. You love to see it. That's always tough because you think your opponent's just going to snap you off with, you know, king 10 every time for the bounty, but luckily the opponent there with just the king 6, easy fold.
Yeah, so average stack coming into day 2 of this special edition of the Sunday Million is 1.19 million. And Leo start with king queen this time, but facing the opening raise from Breno. I really struggle. My screen's so small. Is that a cat avatar?
That is some sort of distorted pipe smoking cat that doesn't really look like some sort of freakish cat.
I'm going to have to refer it to the official Capvitar committee, a.k.a. Joe Stapleton. Joe, are we going to allow that? Does Breno's...
I'm going to allow it as a cat avatar.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can't just start judging cat avatars based on how aesthetically pleasing we find the cat. Cats are cats.
But if the image has been
that's
played
not a
with...
cat. Yeah, it's been...
It's not a comment on the attractiveness or otherwise of the cat. It's what's
I
been
think it
done
just might
to the
be a
image.
messed up cat, guys. I think you guys...
No, man, it has human teeth and a pipe in its mouth.
Wait, which image am I looking at?
The guy who's opened twice in a row.
Breno?
Breno.
We don't talk about Breno.
I guess I can't really judge the photo if I can't even read the name correctly. But it looks like just like a cat with a small face to me.
No. Okay. I mean, I could be wrong, but get it up on Twitch or something. Maybe the quality would be better there for you. That's what I do. I take a look at it here. You can even see his bounty.
Well, Leo Star has had their fair share of solid hands to start this session, but Suprambo Pro does have the gut shot straight draw. Wheel draw for Leo Star, and still the best hand, which is Ace King High. 2 overs to the board.
This, oh, well, I guess it's the best hand, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem is it's very difficult to continue there with the Ace King, and now an opportunity. The thing about the 3 is that it does fill in 5-6. 3-5 suited, which now has trips on the river. So a very nice spot to bluff, and a tough spot for Leo Star because, only really beating something like 8-6, and that's why we see a fold in that situation. Some floats on the flop, certainly, like, maybe something like Queen 10 backdoor suit might have continued on the flop too. So you can definitely call there sometimes, but Leo makes the fold, and I don't blame them.
Well, King of Nothing says it's a cat with a mask. That's all. If that's the case, if someone has put a mask on a cat, I don't particularly like people putting their cats in clothes or doing stupid things with their animals, but I will allow it. It's a legitimate cat pick. If there's any photoshopping involved, not a cat avatar. We've got Ovi Poker Kid disconnected here, and I don't know whether that is an internet problem or whether this is just Ovi Poker Kid doing a tonka and not showing up for the start of play.
Don't we all feel a little disconnected these days?
Suprambo Pro opening with 4s, gets called by Jack-6 in the big blind, and it's a set of 4s.
I get so happy when people flop sets.
You do. I've noticed that about you.
Yeah, I can really sort of put myself in their shoes. I'm like, flopping sets is just so fun.
Cerebrity P with the queens. Leo Star with ace-8, folds it.
Take this one off, Leo.
It's kind of the most disguised your hand can be, right? Is flopping a set.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that it's, I mean, obviously it's very disguised, but I find it's a lot more fun in situations where you maybe 3-bet a hand like 7-8 suited, and then you get a board like you flop a straight or something. You know, that's disguised. Like when you 3-bet and it comes 6-9-10, and you just have a straight. That's disguised. Because a lot of the time, like the way people play pocket pairs, like when you're flatting and stuff, like a lot of the time people are set mining, especially early in middle in the tournament. So they're always disguised, but people will eventually get wise to it.
Okay, so Ovi in this hand, opening with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Rakocci with the Snowmen's, flats.
Really fair fight here, not even a club in those pocket 8s.
I
Not
mean,
fair anymore.
that is a very unfair flop for the 8s. A pair of 9s and the flush draw, near enough 96% equity. A bet and a call, and now trips on the turn.
So the 8 of clubs is live now.
Yep.
That's kind of messed up.
And Ovi extending their chip lead, has 4 million. The second biggest stack is Rotary from Finland, who's got 3.2 million. 61 players remaining, so we've seen 4 eliminations in the first 7 minutes of play.
Do you think that Cerebrity is a typo? Because B and N are right beside each other. I'm looking at my keyboard right now.
Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now.
He just types
Serenity
it in.
now.
It's like Serenity _ P. My name is Pascal, and then afterwards it's too late. No.
What if he was trying to write Serenity O? Just 2 typos.
There you go.
Too fast.
So Ovi's opened under the gun with Queen Jack, ace-3 in the small for Leo Star.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about having a massive chip lead like this, is that you can open up your opening range. You know, you think under the gun, sort of the bottom of what you should think about raising, maybe ace jack, king queen, but queen jack, you can go a couple notches lower, really take advantage of the people that are, you know, trying to ladder up, scared to battle with you. And that's, you know, and a c-bet right here, even if king high is good here, and maybe if, you know, that was a defense against a button open or something, we could see it continue with king 9, that range advantage. It's the other thing about being under the gun, is that you can rep pretty strong hands, and the quick fold from the better hand from Cerebrity P.
Cerebrity does not have a strong hand here. In fact, it's a walk for the big blind, up to 4.1 million now.
Phil pointing out that we did lose a Seinfeld cast member over the weekend. Estelle Harris passed away, although I could have sworn that happened a long time ago.
Who did Estelle Harris play?
George's mom.
And didn't we just lose George's dad?
Jerry went, yeah, in like 2020 or 2019, I think.
Yeah.
Round to the button. Chip leader with 10-7 off, folds. So blind v blind. Suprambo Pro 6 deuce. Raises, and Kokui with ace-8 says, all you can eat. And a fold as the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000.
Supreme says, just kidding. Ha.
King 3 of spades opening.
Griffin, I got a question for you about staking.
Okay.
So let's say I was gonna play a tournament this week, and the tournament buy-in's like 1,100 pounds,
Okay.
and I can afford exactly 1,100 pounds.
Okay.
Leo
Get to
start
this in a second.
all in. Called by Queen 10, a king and a queen on the flop.
Wow.
And this is going to be a double up for Leo Star. Now up over $1 million.
Yeah, and I think that's an example of the pitfalls of chasing bounties in that situation, representing almost half the stack of Rarajos. And the Queen 10, you know, for 12 big blinds, not a hand you would really consider calling from the big blind versus an early position, mid position raise. And that's exactly why, especially a hand like Queen 10 is often dominated by a lot of that range. So not a great call there from Rarajos, and going to have to climb back here. But also could explain why they have, you know, the biggest bounty on the table, maybe been really willing to go for those bounties. So that might have been what that is indicative of.
And I think I'm right in saying the chip lead has been balanced off this table, right?
Mm. He's
Well,
just gonna
there's always a chip leader.
Yeah, he's just they're just gonna go wait on the final table.
I meant the tournament chip leader, our Romanian friend Ovi Poker Kid. King
Ooh, and
4
this
versus
might-
King 10.
Yeah, the weak kings might be the undoing of Breno for about you know,
Oh.
15 big blinds. A lot of people would think to shove here, and that's exactly what Breno does. Leo Star almost certainly going to go with this, especially with that big bounty involved.
Yeah, it's worth more than $1,000. And there is the all-in. Breno will have to call it off with just King 4. No money jump imminent, so makes the call. And King 10 is holding. King
Opportunities.
10 is good. It's a KO. Leo Star wins the bounty. That table closes, so we are switching.
Switching.
And looks like we've got an all-in here. It's Shark Mode On, who is all in for
Lord.
810,000.
What is
Joe,
Leo doing here with the King 10?
Joe, you should ask for poker advice more often. It just created all this action. You can't even get a word in edgewise.
Don't make fun of me for this question that I want to ask.
Okay.
Well, we got more action.
Yeah, Kazon opening to 80k and Shark Mode all in with Ace King. And if Kazon calls all in here, this is going to be a domination situation in Shark Mode's favor. Oh, Jack high flop. Never mind. Broadway run out, another KO, and this player definitely has Shark Mode switched on.
Griffin, is there such a thing as selling action but only on my second bullet?
Yeah.
What's a fair way to do that?
I mean, I'm not the best guy to ask. Like, if you just ask Twitter or someone, I don't know, like Patrick Leonard or something, he would probably be able to give you a better answer. But my instinct would be, yeah. So this is a thing where you would kind of like pre-sell it.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking, would that be your intention? Would be to pre-sell it, or like once you've busted, then you start asking around?
Basically, here's the lay it all on the table. I can afford 1,100
I understand.
pounds.
I understand. But you'd want to play it again and maybe put like 400 towards it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not really fair to only sell action on the second bullet, right? Like after the fact. Or is it?
I don't know. Maybe like as a sort of like gesture for someone willing to buy a big amount on the second, you'd be like, hey, listen, I'll sell you, 20% on my first bullet, and if I bust, you take 50-60% of my second or something like that.
Okay.
That's like one way to do it. If you really wanted that all of it to yourself, like just play it, and if you bust, you would have to sell at little to no markup, because presumably you'd be buying in a lot of the time when the blinds are more shallow. So
Well, there's like 3 starting days starting fights, so yeah.
Oh yeah, then whatever. Just play it, and if you bust, start selling. No, then in that case, I thought this was like a.
It's like the first one never happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just play it. You have fun. You do it. Don't try to sell anything for the first bullet. And then if you bust, just go ask around and sell. It's fine. Happens all the time.
Cool. Well, I expected to text you about an hour
Yeah.
into the day.
Yeah. Just don't be asking me. That's.
What marketplace will you
James.
use, Joe?
Yeah.
I mean,
probably the marketplace of walking around and asking people would be.
So tapping up friends rather than kind of like advertising it somewhere and trying to get investors.
I mean, I would like to open it up to the world. It just sort of is complicated, especially if I'm doing it on the fly.
Sure. What are we down to, by the way? 53 players now. So 12 eliminations in the first 15 minutes.
Should see an all-in and a call here. Oosterhand with just 6 big blinds going to happily call off with that Sour Dizzy.
And looking good. Oosterhand with the winning hand.
Was the Orochimaru a different training course in Star Trek?
The Kobayashi Maru you're talking about.
Right. I'm just saying, were there a whole bunch of Marus?
Oh, I see.
Like you work your way up to the Kobayashi Maru?
I have no idea.
Could be a big clash here, you guys. 20 big blinds for Leo Souza. Probably going to shove on that open. Ooh, ocho.
The 8, the hearts. It's all Leo Souza, and that is a double up. Domination rotation against Zufo. And now we've got kings for Koki, who was at our feature table earlier on. And shark mode calls with ace deuce, and what do they say? When you've got pocket kings, always an ace on the desk. Diamonds are a factor, though. Flush draw now. Ah, forget about that.
I think one of the frustrating things, too, about when you have pocket kings and an ace hits, not just how frustrating it is, but it just feels so hard to play it well after that. Like, what are you supposed to do? Just fold kings? What are you supposed to do? Just pay off an ace? Like, it's really 2 terrible options.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's difficult also to really. The thing that I find particularly tilting about it is just it's gonna be difficult to find value from any other hand. Like when you are winning, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Great thing about kings is someone makes a pair or top pair or something, and then you can get like big streets of value. But when it comes an ace, maybe you down bet once and they continue because they have an ace or they have another pair and you get one baby street of value, and it's just like, that's not what I signed up for.
So annoying.
So here's a bit of information. Hashtag fun fact courtesy of StatTrick. The player who headlines this feature table is Zufo16. That is Ivan Zufic, who is a high-stakes reg playing from Mexico, has 1 WCOOP title, 1 Scoop title, and best ever result came last year in a Turbo Series event. The 5K high roller was third in that for $91,000. Has more than $2 million, however, in total PokerStars earnings. Not involved in this hand. It's Oosterhand, who's all in with 8s, no action.
Man, that Turbo event must have had a lot of runners in it. 91,000 for third. Oh, high roller. That's what it was, 5,200. I always assume that Turbo means it can't be that expensive of a buy-in, but no. 5K. 5K buy-in.
Turbo denotes the speed, not the buy-in.
Yeah. Wasn't there's something called, T-Coop is the Turbo Coop, right?
Yes.
No. It became the Turbo Series a few years ago. There's only 2
Okay.
Coops now, WCOOP and Scoop.
There was one at one point that was like the tiny buy-in.
Micro Millions still exists.
That's it, yeah.
Man of the people, Joe Stapleton. Oh, it's what's the tiny buy-in people? The ones with the pennies that they're rubbing together.
So the stat I want to hear, and this assumes that Micro Millions runs at some point in 2022, but if and when it pops up in the PokerStars calendar for this year, I want to know how much it would cost to play every single Micro Millions event. And my gut instinct is that the total cost of all the buy-ins would be pretty affordable for a decent percentage of players.
Not including unlimited re-entries.
No, I'm talking about single buy-ins.
Yeah.
Are we feeling the diamonds here for Mr. Bradley?
Well, it's a very aggressive bet on the turn from Mr. Shark Mode. I don't think it's going to necessarily scare off their opponents now that Bradley has turned that diamond. The question probably becomes, does Bradley check shove on this diamond, thinking that Shark Mode's going to have some folds, or just call and river a 10?
Ace of clubs, though, for Shark Mode.
Yeah, I think that the only way you can really, you got to pull the trigger here. You got that ace of clubs. You've told this story. I don't think that Mr. Bradley will call here on a river shove. And
Shark
no!
Mode. Shark Mode switched off, more like.
Check mode. Okay, Griffin, let me give you a hypothetical there. You shove that river, get called by the queen high flush. How dumb do you feel?
Look. We all like to think that we can be, not be results oriented, but it's annoying. It hurts. What hurts more than getting called by the queen high flush there would be getting called by a queen or a rivered 10,
Yeah.
So, I don't know. You gotta separate yourself sometimes. It's like, if you're gonna take that line, and then hit that club on the river and have an opportunity to, represent that hand.
Well,
probably
Cookie's
take it.
really short here and is all in with ace-jack, and this is going to get called by Oosterhand's aces, and Cookie's going to be in trouble.
Don't speak for Oosterhands. He might not. Oh.
There is a jack. Oh, forget about it.
You know what they say. Oh, did I misread it?
You did. And that is a KO bounty claimed by Oosterhand, and we are now down to 47 players.
Griffin, did you watch last night's winning time?
I did not. I think I'm halfway through episode 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
There, one of the storylines is the announcers, Chick Hearn and Pat Riley.
Pat Riley, yeah.
And so right before the first game, Chick goes, "When I go like this, that means you stop talking." And I don't know. It's just someone that's done a lot of live commentary. Maybe a hand signal would be better.
I mean, that's why I stopped. I thought I was following the instructions.
Power to the people is what that looks like. Well, Mr. Bradley.
Do I wait for you to open it again?
Oh, sorry.
Leo Sousa.
Thanks.
And we've got a set of 7s against the nut flush draw. Hello.
And playing in Bradley's favor is that Leo doesn't have the stack that you necessarily just want to blast in against a check raise, which I think this will play as a lot of the time from Leo Sousa. You want to get more money in here. You want to protect against, random clubs. So we do see the big raise. I think it would be a big mistake for Bradley to just shove over this. Does just call. But the pot now, it's getting a little bigger. Stack to pot ratio now of just 1.5.
I don't think anybody makes flushes anymore. Flushes are kind of out right now.
Gosh, that's so dumb, but I agree with you. I've noticed that. Now, what do you bet here? 490.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Blastoise.
Leo shuts it down on the turn, moves all in, gets a fold. Next.
Was Blastoise the second evolution or first evolution of Squirtle? I think it was the last one, right? Someone in the chat, where are my nerds at? I know you're out there. Look how many nerds are going to tell me.
Wow.
Come on, nerds.
Mr. Bradley flopping best here.
Third, yeah. See, look. Love it, Raksha. Wait, War Turtle is the third. So Blastoise was the middle one. I guess the language of second and third is a bit confusing. Sorry, I realize there's a 3-way pot, but this is really important.
I thought you got your answer immediately, and now it seems that there's a debate over it, so I'm kind of like tuning out rapidly.
Oh no, yeah, War Turtle was the first evolution, the second version. Blastoise was the third. Blastoise
Joe, do that thing.
Thank you for your comment. Oh.
No, that's it. That's it.
Okay, now everyone in chat, what's your favorite Pokemon?
I went through a phase during the pandemic when you couldn't get sports cards anymore, and I would just line up at Target and just get whatever they had, and I bought a whole bunch of Pokemon cards.
Did you get into it for a bit?
Not into, playing it or anything, but I started recognizing the good cards. I got a couple of
Do you have a framed Charizard back there?
VMAX cards I pulled.
So we had the open from Mr. Bradley, the flat from Zufo, Leo Sousa getting a little bit cheeky, squeezing on the button with ace-9.
And this isn't the first time that we've seen cheeky play from Leo. Has massive trouble here. I mean, look how much money is in this pot.
Yeah. It is always coming 7. It's a set of 7s for Zufo. It's the open-ended straight draw for Leo.
And I think this is almost certainly going to play as a shove for Leo. If you think about it, the SPR is like 1.3, but what do you want to do? Bet and then do you'd rather just sort of stuff it in there. We saw Leo do it with the 7s. And you can't really bet fold this flop now, can you? Not when with all that money out there in the hand you have. You even have a heart in your hand. But Leo's got to make a decision because a lot of us are waiting. Yeah,
well,
it's an effective,
is 750 and Zufo.
It's 2 huge bounties.
Yeah, and Zufo, certainly licking their lips, but gonna kind of hate what Leo ends up having, because a lot of the time with this action, you'd think Leo has something like, aces through jacks, but Leo is pretty live.
Ah, straight on the turn. Full house on the river. Wow, what a roller coaster ride for Zufo there. Ahead, behind, ahead. Gets the double up, and Leo Souza running on fumes now, left with 223K and King 4 offsuit.
Hey,
should be a nice
Zufo.
Should be a nice feeding frenzy for this $1,700 bounty.
Yeah. Just on the subject of bounties, by the way, OV Poker Kid still with the chip lead right now, around 4.5 million, has also won the most number of bounties so far, has cashed 6.5K in head prizes thus far.
Year of Romania. Shark mode does not want to set mine and maybe win a $700 bounty in position.
Yeah, it is a bit too short stacked, even with that bounty equity. It's just tough to play. Ooh, and would have gotten in some trouble.
Or not.
Well, Mr. Bradley
Right now, yes.
with a pair of eights, Oosterhand with the flush, and yeah, sharp mode on would have turned a set and been in a world of pain.
And because this played like as a check back on the flop, Mr. Bradley might be inclined to go for value, and that's exactly what we see. I don't love the snap shove from Oosterhand there. Looks pretty strong. But an interesting decision to check back.
Quite a few. In fact, the vast majority of players at this table with below average stacks. Average right now is 1.8 million. I think I'm right in saying that with the exception of Zufo, everyone at the table is below average. And we already have an all-in here.
Yeah, I just checked all the stacks. I counted them. You're right.
Thank you, Griffin.
James.
It's not much more to call. $592 bounty, but sharp mode on decides not to get involved. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty shovey table because it's very shallow, especially players like Paltarovic and Leo Souza.
So can I see your shirt?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Classy. Real classy.
classy. Where's it to work?
King 3 versus Ace 6. And that is going to be a double up for Paltarovic.
Double up. Sometimes I see avatars and I'm just thinking, like, is that a piece of art they like? Is it from some sort of comic TV show? Or, is it just a chainsaw to the brain?
Looks more like a handsaw than a chainsaw, no?
You're right. Please don't correct me like that, though.
You embarrassed me.
Embarrassed me in front of all of my friends and your babies. Don't embarrass me in front of your babies.
I mean, Leo started this hand with just 4 bigs. And a quarter of his stack is in already. But doesn't want to call with 8 deuce.
One more hand. Come on. Oh, even worse.
Ace 9 opens. Jacks for Mr. Bradley. Hello to Rotary, who is the current chip leader, by the way. RV Poker Kid has dropped down into 4th place, and Rotary 787B from Finland is now in the catbird seat and now has the dominant position at this current feature table.
Rotary is dialed in. There we go. This is the one.
Come on,
Good luck, Leo.
And likely to get action from Mr. Bradley with the ace-10 of diamonds. Mr. Bradley.
7-8 suited, so pretty.
Limps with the ace-10. Who's to hand in with queen-10? Come on, Leo. Get your chips in, buddy.
This is actually a really astute limp from Mr. Bradley. It turns Leo Sousa's all-in into a raise, which Mr. Bradley can then raise over the top. So certainly there's action behind that could have been created where Mr. Bradley isn't going to slam dunk in these 35 big blinds with ace-10 suited, but by limping gives a situation where, you know, if we do see an all-in here from Leo, Shark Mode On might decide to call for the, 2.5 bigs. Certainly Oroshima would complete as well. But you see Shark Mode, both of them aware of what that limp is intending to do. Oosterhand, though, fell for it, really, and just gave away 50,000 chips.
7 on the flop, and it's good. Live cards will do ya. Leo Sousa gets more than a double up, 400K now.
Is it falling for it, or is it worth it just in case Mr. Bradley isn't making that move?
I don't think it is worth it. You only have 22 big blinds. You're basically just giving one away. I mean, Mr. Bradley hasn't at any point shown like limping, but this one situation, it just seems like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe in the moment too, I'd be like, maybe he just wants to, maybe we'll just all see a flop. But it felt like that was the.
Maybe if 5 more people limp, Mr. Bradley doesn't make that move.
I mean, I think they'd be even more inclined to do it over a bunch of limps. That's the point, to get the dead money in there from people that are hoping to get. As I think Zufo might find themselves all in for the effective stack. Raise folding for only about 12 big blinds with a small pair. Certainly the range of Roshimaru going to be very, very strong there, but you expect a chip leader to not be raising pairs, raise folding pairs for anything under 15 bigs in a bounty, but made the correct fold.
So Oosterhand opening with jacks, Shark Mode on. Re-raises with ace-3. Quick all-in from Oosterhand and a quick fold from Shark Mode.
Nice try.
Blind v blind. Mr. Bradley with king 4 complete. Zufo with 9-5 checks their option. 2 4s on the flop. Full house on the turn.
Don't fall for it, Zufo. You can't rep anything. Oh, there's a bet anyway.
Yeah. And Shark Mode opening with ace jack. Blinds currently 25,000, 50,000. It's a raise to 100K. Raise and take it. Well, the average stack is now over 2 million, so plenty of shorties at this table. And I can tell you that Rotary is no longer the chip leader. A player from Ukraine called El Nino 1976 is now the biggest stack with 4.5 million. But the chip lead seems to be changing quite quickly. There are 5 players right now have more than 4 million each. Rotary opening with king, queen of hearts. Oosterhand flats. Leo.
bit of a loose flat with ace-10 here. Of course, we can see that it is the best hand, but a
Ooh.
bit tough to play.
Leo's open-ended here. Rotary with the best hand right now, top pair.
Yeah, gonna almost certainly play as a front shove here for Leo. May as well. Open-ended, backdoor diamonds. You can't really ask for much better when you're calling from the big blind here. You know, you're not going to expect to get any folds, so maybe you think about checking, but I think shoving's the right way to go.
And diamond draw and the straight on the river. Leo Souza now up to 882k and the blinds up to 30,000, 60,000.
Let's go, Leo.
That's how you do it.
Tens all in. Oosterhand shoving here.
That's why you got to induce a hand like this, you know. I mean, maybe Leo would just snap fold this, but certainly a chance that Leo would either shove or call there with king-9 suited from the small against a very active Oosterhand. So, mistake.
Mr. Bradley is open with king-10. Jack-8 defends and flops top pair.
Curious to see how or Chamu Oro. I can do this. Orochimaru.
Orichimaru.
Orichimaru. I gave him an Orichimaru. Plays it as a check raise.
Check and raise is allowed.
It's actually my lamest joke at the poker table. When there's like a flop, and instead of saying check, sometimes I just say check raise. Nobody ever laughs. That's not true. People think it's funny sometimes.
Could somebody get you on that?
And that's the best part of the joke, is that some person at the table always says, "Is that binding?" And then I laugh, and then everyone's laughing. You guys can try it sometimes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Griff.
I don't mean, like, of course, that's the bit, which is funny.
It's
but
definitely not bind. It can't be. The action changes, like, you know? Can it? I mean, I would love for it to be enforced on me. Like, you know, like I would.
I don't mean
like
enforced.
To see that happen.
I don't think they would enforce it, but somebody might say something to you that it influence the action,
Oh,
right?
here we
If you
go.
say-
Point flip alert. Leo at risk. 7 still holding. 9 on the river, and Leo doubles up again. Wow. So Leo was down to just 4 big blinds not that long ago and is now up to 1.8 million. Okay.
Nice.
Still a below average stack, but no longer in the danger zone.
Danger zone. Danger zone.
Just when
Like-
you're starting to get their name right.
Like if you had said, "I am going to check raise you."
Yeah. Of course, that's not what I say, but it is effectively the same thing in, you know, in the language. I don't know. This is why I always said you would make a great pit boss tournament dealer, you know. You ask the big questions, Joe.
I would just look at you and go, "All right, that's your one. It's very funny. Don't do it again."
Griffin, I'm just going to dispense a little bit of advice to avoid any controversy and also
Which he's good at.
to avoid everyone groaning at you. Maybe it's time to drop the joke.
Well, I'll tell you what, James. Any opportunity to hear you say the word controversy is just, I'll do whatever I can because I love it. It's so British. It's one of your best words.
I believe every poker player should be allowed like one thing, one controversy, one. You've had yours, so we don't need
True.
any more.
You're right. You're right.
Which involved a different type of checking.
Yeah.
Zufo having a go. Mr. Bradley with the best hand. Down to 36 now. And the straight on the river for Mr. Bradley.
So fun.
Zufo. Don't do it, Zufo. And also, Bradley, don't shove. It's okay to like.
I think
let
especially in a bounty, don't shove when you're covered. It just looks so strong.
Well, what can sometimes happen in a situation like this where you're calling with like a mid pair and a straight draw, and then you hit. Oftentimes, maybe you already believed your opponent. You really believed your opponent had a strong hand. So now that you've gotten there, you're going to expect your opponent to check back their value hand, whether it was a set of nines or an overpair, what have you. So you think, okay, you know what? I'm going to shove here because my opponent can maybe think I had Jack 10 or Ace 4 of diamonds, something like that. The fact that Zufo happened to have the kind of hands that he was hoping Zufo would think he had, if that makes sense, is the unfortunate part because it didn't give an opportunity for Zufo to make the big bluff.
Paltarovic opening here with ace-jack. We've got ace-4 on the button, folded. Mr. Bradley folds the small blind, and ace-8 folds the big blind. Job's a good one. Next. New chip leader, by the way, and I believe the first player to cross the 5 million threshold. Niskanes from Ireland leads right now with 5.1 million.
The stairs knits.
Rotary making it 132k.
Did King Queen used to be the Stars Nuts, or did it have a different name? I remember there was something about King Queen on Stars, but now Nines is the Stars Nuts.
Apparently so. Ace-5 offsuit. Re-raises from the small blind. Is Rotary going to stick it in his eye? Nope, just flats.
Yeah, pretty deep here. You think about the kind of stack Zufo had to start the hand. You don't want to just necessarily get nines in for 40, 50 big blinds, a top 10 stack here. Happy to play it as a call. Hope to get a board like that and just hold on to your butts.
So there's nothing wrong here except for folding, right? Calling's okay, raising's okay.
I don't think you should raise, no.
Okay.
Well, that's a raise and a half, if ever I saw one. And Rotary up to nearly 4.6 million.
So the argument for raising is that those hands that did 3-bet you pre-flop, that would continue like that, you just get them out of the hand. But also you're creating a situation where, if you just shove it in there and the guy has kings, you've lost this massive pot. So it really depends what your read is on the player, what kind of board you're comfortable making that play against. But you're also protecting against getting represented off your hand on later streets.
Yes.
Or for your opponent getting there, whether it's an ace on the turn or a king on the turn that Zufo can then just bet again, and then you're really in it with the nines. So it is conventional thinking is you just call when you think a person is bluffing. But, sometimes you just want to say like, hey, this is my pot. You got it.
Shark mode on.
Hitting, having nines there and the flop coming ace 8 high is like the hardest I've ever hit a flop. So I just want to take the pot.
And you didn't even hit it.
Right away. Exactly. I'll be like, I'm running hot, boys and girls.
Well, Shark mode on has slipped a little bit since we first joined this table. Opening here with Kojak under the gun. And Leo Souza with just 10-6 offsuit. Does defend, and Leo pairs their 6.
But not an enviable board.
No.
4-10-6. Going to be tough to continue against almost any size. You know, you like to have maybe at least 10-7 here, or the 10 of hearts would be a much easier hand to play, of course.
Continuation bet of 79,500.
They're really testing that theory of any size.
Yeah, with a sizing like that, I think you got to peel off for Leo here. You know, you can turn a 6 or a 10. Plays it as a check raise, though, which is going to be highly effective.
We are switching, just before we go on break, checking on Ovi Poker Kid, start of day chip leader, involved in a pot against Von Klonk, both players with top pair. Von Klonk with the decisive kicker, ace-king, and betting the turn, 3-4-6 into 8-11.
Yeah, and this pot will get bigger. We should see a call. And Von Klonk, great opportunity, going to be up. Presumably the action being, you know, actually, it's not. It's a bit unclear. Maybe we Poker Kid raise pre-flop. So an interesting hand here. Sure, certainly.
855k, the bet from Von Klonk. More than half pot.
Come on, damn. You just got
clonked.
There's
you
the
just
call.
got Von Klonked.
And that is going to give Von Klonk the chip lead as we go into the break. It is Von Klonk from Sweden who leads the final 36 with a stack of 5.78 million. That's right, we lost nearly 30 players during the last 50 minutes of action. Down to 36, playing down to a winner tonight in this week's Sunday Million. A $215 buy-in and a special edition as part of KO Week, a progressive knockout format. A 5-minute break, back to the action very soon. Joe, you've already talked about the fact that you are coming to London. You were asking Griffin advice on getting staked. Is your flight tonight, like when we're done with this stream? Are you traveling to London today?
Yeah, so right now it's 11:30 in the morning in Los Angeles. My flight is at 10:15 tonight. So should be plenty of time to wrap the stream up in the next 4 or 5 hours, throw some stuff in a bag real quick. What's nice is that it's not a work trip, so I don't really have to worry about packing the right stuff. Like, I don't have to worry about forgetting things or not bringing the right thing to do the podcast or whatever. So if I like mess up packing, it'll be like, whatever, I'm just here for a good time. Like, let's do this. So yeah, tonight, and I land tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Well, Joe, I know you don't possess a coat per se. It's cold here. It's raining. So be prepared for that. So you arrive on Tuesday. Wednesday, we're going to be hanging out at UK IPT London. I think we're going to try and do drinks at one of the bars at the Hippodrome, and then there is that special private movie screening taking place on Wednesday night, which we're both going to be going to. And remember, this is open to anyone who's at the event, so if you go to the welcome desk at the Hippodrome, first come, first served, get your tickets to this screening. There's drinks included, there's popcorn included. Joe and I will be there. I'm not sure if that's a selling point. Then, sadly, I can't play the UK IPT main event because I'm going on holiday at the weekend. But, Joe, it's a 1K buy-in, £1,100.
It's £1,100, 2 re-entries per flight,
wow.
3 starting flights. Now, the good news is that I've booked myself in a comedy show on Friday, which is where there are 2 more starting days. So I'm probably going to play the first starting day on Thursday. If for some reason I'm feeling really great and can manage to scrape up a second buy-in, I'll do the early flight on Friday. And then day 2 is Saturday. And the final table, fingers crossed, is on Sunday.
Fantastic. But yes, at least we get to enjoy a movie together. In fact, it will be the second time I've been to the cinema in the space of a week. Griffin, I did, based on the conversation that you and Joe had the other week, I went to see The Batman. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it's a really awesome movie.
Nice. So happy to hear that. Yeah, it's. I saw it for a second time actually last week in IMAX finally, and Yeah, it's a
mean,
pretty movie. Great.
I might have seen it for a second time to go to the bathroom during different points.
I
'Cause I
mean,
think I went to the bathroom 4 times during that
I
movie.
managed to only go once. It did feel its length. I do think 3 hours is pushing things. It overstayed its welcome by a little bit. I could have done with the ending occurring a good 15 minutes earlier. But I liked so much about it. I thought there were heavy influences of Taxi Driver and Seven. And also, as someone who loves the Arkham trilogy of video games, it had that kind of vibe to it as well.
Yeah.
And I think this is something that Joe said. You feel that Batman's doing detective work. You feel the world's greatest detective is actually detecting for once. No, I thought it was a pretty solid screen adaptation and possibly the best standalone Batman film yet. Is that too big a reach?
I mean, that's what I think a lot of people have been struggling with since it came out. I think that in my opinion, it's the best Batman movie, but not necessarily. I mean, I think that you could argue that The Dark Knight is more of a Joker movie. Batman's not really the star of The Dark Knight, so in that context, I think maybe this is the best Batman movie. But then you start comparing it to Tim Burton's, Batman or Batman Returns, and I don't know. It's the Batman for me, I think.
Yeah. The other thing I just wanted to highlight is, Joe, what rating is it in the US?
I think it's PG-13.
Really?
Remember,
Okay,
yeah.
because here it's a 15, so I wondered whether it was an R-rated movie in the US. Because
You have to remember that Americans don't care about violence, right? You can have like a super violent movie and let kids in, whereas if there's like a pair of boobies, then all of a sudden it gets an R.
I mean, tonally, I think it's an adult movie. I agree with the 15 rating. I was slightly surprised. I was in the centre of town at the weekend. I was in Selfridges, and the toy department's full of, like, Batman merch. Oh, we're back to the action. Joe, you're on break. I'm going to carry on talking to Griffin as we return to the action in this week's Sunday Million. Yeah, I was just slightly surprised, Griffin, to see all this merch from the movie, all of these toys pitched at kids. It's not a kids' film, and I'm really surprised that it got away with a PG-13 in the States. I'm surprised it's not an R because it's really dark, both visually and tonally.
Yeah, I was super surprised, really pushing the envelope. I don't know how they managed the PG-13 rating, and I'm also surprised just because of the wild success of the Joker, which was famously rated R.
Yeah.
I thought that DC would have elected to take Batman and do the same thing, but maybe they just think Batman in general is gonna bring in more kids than necessarily the Joker, and to make it really it's interesting. I don't know.
Well, we've got...
What's the movie? Sorry. Oh, we do have Aces here. What's the movie, the screening or something you're going to go to in the UK? Did you mention what it was?
I can't, I'm afraid. It's a
Oh,
surprise.
nice.
It's
Lovely.
Yeah, it's going to be a surprise. I think most people attending UK IPT London will enjoy this film, let's just put it that way. But yeah, it's a private screening at the Prince Charles Cinema just off Leicester Square. So if you want to be part of that, just go to the welcome desk at the Hippodrome as part of UK IPT London. And this hand ends with the jam from HG.
Okay, I'm gonna see how much I can get out of you here. I'm not gonna try to get you to reveal it or anything. But is it an old movie or like a classic you guys chose, or this is like a what do you call it? Test screening for something that's going to be coming out? Something that recently came out? Can you tell me
this
nothing?
is literally the only thing I'm going to say. It is not a brand new movie. No. It is a movie that I imagine many people will have seen before.
Okay.
By the way, I think Uncle Jonesy's take on the Batman is spot on. Really enjoyed it. More or less earns its 3 hours, but the back half of that third act is a mess. It does fall apart a little bit towards the end. That is true. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a straight. Hawkgen, it is not on Her Majesty's Secret Service. As much as I would love to have a private screening of Her Majesty's Secret Service, alas, that is not the film. In fact, I can emphatically say it's not a Bond film. There you go. That's it. That's the last word. This is all your fault, Griffin, trying to get more information.
It's just going to be Raiders. Such a go-to in that spot.
So we come back to the table, which has the chip leader, Von Klonk. We saw Von Klonk take the #1 position on the last hand before the break, up to over 5.5 million. Second biggest stack is Rotary from Finland, who's over at the other feature table. Currently has 4.5 million.
Woo! We will
Ooh.
see an all-in here.
Oh, set of sixes for Oslingen. Ricocci with the club draw, all in, gets
Bang, bang,
called. And that is a club, but it's no good. It's the full house for Osterlingen, and Ricocci is KO'd, and that is going to take us down to 34 players. What are we paying right now? $1,208 plus bounties. Next money jump when we're up down to 31.
Opportunity to peel here from the big blind. You know, oftentimes when you're 5-3 suited, you're thinking, well, I'm live no matter what. But you don't want to be up against pocket fives. But going to be inclined to want to continue on this board. And when they do, going to be just as hard, even if the diamond doesn't come, which it does.
It does.
Flush! You know, not out of the question for HGWCH to consider calling here, getting a pretty good price. You are beating Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10, maybe something like Jack 7 suited that isn't diamonds, but most of the time you're just paying off. So, yeah, you let it go.
Blinds are up, 40,000, 80,000, and HG's got aces again? Kind of feel like this is one of those names where all the vowels have been taken out, and it should be like Hogwitch. Three-way to the flop. Top set versus a pair of queens. Nothing for Ovi.
Bit of a cheeky check here.
And now Ovi's got a pair of sixes as the board gets flushier on the turn.
And now that your hand is so under-repped by checking the flop, gonna get some action from Osti. And now it just really depends on how much value you think you can get. Pretty smart bet. You know, Osti might be inclined to think that their opponent is betting a similar kind of hand for value, something like Queen Jack or Ace King Queen, but great fold from Oslin, recognizing that this is often Ace X, maybe not necessarily strong as 3 aces, but good fold. Very, very strong fold.
King Deuce on the button for P-Jim. Stan has ace-8 in the big blind. And there is an ace on the flop. However, there are also 2 kings.
The avatar, whose eyes do you think that is? I think I can tell pretty easily, but I don't know if you can, if it's too fuzzy.
You can tell pretty easily. I have no idea. I'm really bad at identifying people from just like a.
Are you getting a good image of it?
I mean, reasonable. My eyesight's not very good, Griffin. I'm getting old.
It's surely. I'm almost sure it's Bruce Lee.
Oh yes.
You see it?
Yeah, I do see it. Now you say it, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
P-Jim's got a full house. Just thought I'd draw.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe getting a bit greedy with the sizing here. You don't really need to make it this big when your opponent... Well, actually, nice fold. Pays to be kind of nitty sometimes. I see that. It's, you know, some of these stakes maybe in theory aren't kind of sort of hands you should be folding, but when you're so familiar with the buy-in level and the tendencies of your opponents that, you know, you don't necessarily always have to play by the book and call down a spot like that. Like, that's a really tight fold with ace-8. You're defending in the big blind from the button, comes ace, king, king, and you just fold 2 bets. That's pretty, that's a strong fold. And doing it correctly, not thinking your opponent's capable there of bluffing that often there.
Ace king still good. Von Klonk took a stab on the flop, fires again on the turn, and gets a fold from the better hand.
And that's the power of position, and also, what you're able to accomplish when you're just facing a min raise and then get to play that hand in position. Literally the hand that is completely dominated.
Yeah.
But just getting a board that you can rep, because so many hands will call for a min raise. You can represent on 6, 9, 8, 6 or whatever it is and get a hand like a strong ace high to fold. So gotta make your raises bigger in that spot. 3, 3.5, even 4x.
Jack now on the turn for Osterlingen. By the way, Von Klonk still table chip leader, but no longer overall chip leader. Leo Duarte 13 from Brazil, now sitting in the catbird seat with 7.8 million, with 33 players remaining.
Duarte.
I mean, you hate that board. I understand it. I mean, it's a straighty board, and you've just got one pair with a shoddy kicker. I get it. And Von Klonk continuing to build a stack up to 6 million. Second place overall on the leaderboard.
Yeah, pretty impressive bluff there from the $6 million man.
And now raising with 9-7. P-Jim with 10-8. Defends, and that's a pair of 8s. Von Klonk with the gut shot, and P-Jim does not want to turn 2 pair.
Yeah, hold on tight either way as for P-Jim, because it appears as though Von Klonk is willing to play hands pretty aggressively and creatively, and with even more equity on the turn, that Von Klonk intends to go blast.
I get the impression that Von Klonk is committed to just winning every single pot right now, but might slow down now that they have a bit of value on the river. And yeah, check, check. P-Jim chips up over 3 mil.
Yeah, can't really bluff that 7. Especially because you're now ahead of big flush draws.
Stan opening with ace-9 suited. Start of day chip leader, Ovi Poker Kid with 7 deuce suited. Defends. Hello, spades. Reminder that Ovi is a low to mid stakes player from Romania. Specializes in the progressive knockout format. In fact, came 109th in last week's Sunday Million, which was also part of KO week. And a bet of 224,000. Stan does have the best hand right now with ace high.
And this is why, we see a lot of these turn leads for about 30-40%, on paired boards. And this is why, because you can balance it with these kind of hands like weak flush draws that, it's going to be tough for your opponent to continue with ace high. Of course, we see Stan did decide to call, but now has been rivered by that 7. And, if the river wasn't a 7 or a deuce or a spade, Ovi Poker Kid might have just gone for it, decided to keep repping the 10.
Yeah.
And that's really tough with ace high to deal with. So That's a great example right there of why that lead out for about 30% of pot after calling the flop when the board pairs on the turn can be a really effective strategy whether you hit or not.
Average stack right now, 2.3 million with 33 remaining. And yeah, since we've been back from break, just the 3 eliminations so far, and inevitably, it's the flow of every MTT we cover. There comes a point when the action slows down slightly, and we had a pretty pacey first hour, losing pretty much half the field in the first 50 minutes, and that is the flush for Hogwich. It is a street flash board as well.
You know what, James? It's been so gloomy and lack of sun in Canada for so many months. And today, finally, we have a beautiful day. So I did not close my window, and now I have all this glare on my face. So I'm going to go do that, but I'll be right back.
Griffin Benja is taking a break. Should we put the Griffin is on break picture in? There we go. It's one of the worst things about being inside the PokerStars arena is having to block out the sun every single time that you actually want to broadcast. Not that I have to worry about that right now because the weather is absolutely appalling here in London. But when it is sunny, it always pains me to actually put up the blackout blinds. I think he's back, ladies and gentlemen. Griffin's back in his seat.
Back in the catbird seat, as my co-host would say.
Oh, mate! Tens for Ovi.
Ten Jack of Spades is just a beautiful hand.
And tens still good. Blinds up in 4 minutes' time. Oh, hello. We got nines, we got jacks, we've got ace-5, and Stan is pretty short.
Yeah, and this is pretty big trouble for not just Stan, but Von Klonk for an effective 30 bigs. You have to imagine if Stan goes all in here for the 9 big blinds, Von Klonk will probably want to ISO and protect with the bounty equity against the 40 effective. And that's Osterlingen's just got to go with jacks here. I think even 10s you probably snap off.
What does Stan do now, Griffin? Is this one of those situations where you've left yourself? No, does call it off.
No. You have to, yeah.
Well, jacks still good. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river, so no KO there. So, fortunately, Statric is here to crunch the numbers. The net result of that hand is that Stan is gains 1.6 million. Osterlingen wins the side pot and gains 1.1 million. Von Klonk, the only loser in that hand, lost 2.7 million. Von Klonk lost half their stack there, Griff.
Yeah, and very significant considering how much that stack was when it was twice as big as it is now. I mean, over 5 million is a top 10 stack and in great position to make a serious dent at this prize money in the Sunday Million knockout. But, you know, just a big time situational scenario, cooler, got to move on. Pat yourself on the back that you ran well enough and played well enough to be in a position like this where a cooler like that can happen and you're still floating around an average stack. So a lot of work still to be done, but still in quite good position and with a lot of bounties. $2,356 worth.
Yeah. So Von Klonk has actually dropped out of the top 10. I can tell you that Ostlingen is now third in chips overall, has the chip lead at this particular table. It is Leo Duarte 13 from Brazil who's still holding on to the number 1 spot right now with 7.9 million and still 33 players remaining.
Nice little ISO there from Jack 3 off. Nice little kind of... Sometimes you got to find those cheeky little spots where you take a low equity hand, being shown some passivity, take advantage. So nice hand there from Bruce Lee Instinct, Stan 09 319.
Ostlingen decides to re-raise with ace 7 suited, gets folds up to 4.3 million now.
Yeah, I don't love the King 8 open at all from Von Klonk. We are, of course, only playing 6-handed, but, you know, King 10, man.
Got to get those chips back, Griffin.
Maybe King 9 if it's suited. Maybe even King 9 off if you really think your table's not going to have some aggression. But if you thought that, you were wrong because Ostlingen 3-bet you.
Oh, no.
No hesitation with ace 8.
Von Klonk, shut it down. Oh, Von Klonk, keep it going.
Wow. Doesn't even think about raising.
Next money jump is imminent. 32nd, well, 33rd and 32nd will both get 1,200. There's an additional 500 bucks if you can make it to 31st. 1709 will be the next payout. As we see Stan open with ace king. Anyone got a jack? No one has a jack. Just going to get checked around. Nope. Von Klonk wants some of it. 197 into 599.
Yeah, I'm getting a tendency reading from Von Klonk. Maybe just not sure what to do, just decide to bet.
I mean, I joked a moment ago, Griffin, about Von Klonk wants their chips back, but, and again, I'm not saying for 1 second that this player is exhibiting that strategy, but you do see it from people who've had the chip lead, lost it, and then feel that they somehow deserve to reclaim that position and have to do everything in their power to reclaim the chips they've lost as quickly as they possibly can.
Well said.
I know there's a lot of interest, by the way, in the 5K high roller, mainly because Tonka is at the final table. In fact, he's first in chips right now, and they are 7-handed. Interestingly, Tonka is not streaming it. We obviously had plans to cover the Sunday Million. We always cover the Sunday Million on a Monday night. And not being funny, last time we decided to focus our attention on Tonka, he didn't show up.
It's true.
Seven players remaining, Griffin, and Tonka's got half the chips in play. Must be nice.
Wow, that was a pretty awesome result for Ostlingen. Raising the button with the 10-6 suited, getting the call from PGM in the small, and I think the 4 deuce or something like that in the big, and on an ace king queen 2 club board, Ostlingen just smacked in half a milli into 700 and forced a fold from king 10 with a club. What a result. Really effective sizing there. Just having the range advantage, just being like having a 10 in your hand. So you block king 10. Sorry, you block, I guess it would have been jack 10. Gets it done.
Oh, new player at the table. Star. We'll just go with Star. Can't be bothered with the symbols and the numbers.
What's interesting is that I feel like it's sort of trying to say something about like basketball all-star. Is that the Bucks logo? Because it's like, but it's like backwards. It's like star, all. He's lost me.
Also gained Zip Ahoy. I like it. And that's because we are at 32 players. So we're down to the final 4 tables. Blinds are now 50,000, 100,000. We're playing with... That can't be right. A 24 big blind average? 2.4 million average stack. Blinds 50, 100. Just feels really shallow, Griffin.
I think usually at this stage...
Normally above
32
30.
people, you think it's over 30 big blinds
Normally,
in the Sunday Million?
And also, I would say, and again, look, every MTT is unique. I appreciate that. In a PKO, it tends to play closer to 40 bigs average rather than 30. So it's really shallow right now. Maybe we do need some bust outs. Come on, let's get it going, guys. Let's see the orange font on screen. I'll take Queen Jack versus Ace-6. Let's do it. Here we go. Ace and a 6 on the flop. It's over on the turn. KO. You are not the star of this show. You are out in 32nd place, cashing for $1,200 plus bounties. Everyone has now locked up at least $1,700. We now have the money jump. Now we're down to 31. What's happening here? Zip Ahoy deciding what to do in the big blind with 9-4. Throws a horseshoe. And why not?
That's why they're there, James. To be thrown.
Sixes for Ostlingen. Opens to 220,000. P-Jim with King-9 on the button. Flats. Ovi with Trey-Deuce. Reminder that Ovi has won more bounties than any other player. Oh, hello. Set of sixes here. Ovi has won $6.5 in head prizes and is currently worth $3,300. A small piece for everyone, I guess, Griffin. Oh, a pair of 9s now for P-Jim.
Yeah, I will say I think a bit of hubris here. On the case of OV Poker Kid, this is the second time a hand you really shouldn't be peeling behind. You're only playing 25 bigs, but with the check around, gonna get out only 2 big blinds scathed. P-Jim, however, is in severe trouble, especially facing that big sizing. And there's the 3, so OV Kid's probably thinking,
at this point, they're really annoyed, but wait till this hand gets to showdown. If it gets to showdown, they'll realize how lucky they were to get out of the way, albeit a couple of streets too late. So Ostlingen goes big, 1.3 million into 1.8 million. P-Jim still has top pair.
Yeah, and really can go big here because your opponent should have a lot of 9s or some draws that won't call anything. You could, maybe decide to check and induce from those bluffs like clubs and Jack 10 and stuff like that, but probably better to hope your opponent has a 9 here and makes a big call, and that's exactly what happened. So well played from Ostlingen. Really cool, cheeky check on the flop.
Wow.
Getting your opponent to turn top pair and then just going bang, bang, big bets. Beautiful work. 9
And
million chips.
huge pot for Ostlingen, playing from Norway, who has just taken the chip lead, moves over the 9 million mark. And it's Ovi versus Stan, Jack 8 versus Queen 6, and a Queen high flop. Ovi bets. Stan calls. Down to 30 players now. Yeah, Ovi down to 22 bigs now. A reminder, this player was the start of day chip leader. Ostlingen, the current chip leader, and opening with ace 4 of hearts. Raise and take it.
Yeah, got to use that momentum at this stage. Ooh, just keeps on coming.
Yeah, ace king suited goes to 220. Pocket sevens for Ovi. Is this a flat or a re-raise? It's a flat. And not the worst flop in the world for a pair of sevens.
No, you have won this hand basically, and I would like to see a protection bet from Poker Kid here. It's just nice to fold out hands like Ace King. To that size, I think Ostrichen, he'll just continue. They'll just continue, I think, because that can happen, because you have the backdoor hearts. And there it is.
Ostlingen checks the turn. Ovi now behind and checks it back. No change on the river. And assuming Ovi doesn't put any more chips in, we'll be left with 18 bigs after this hand. Yeah. 10 million chips now for Ostlingen. First player to cross the 10 million mark. Chip leader with 30 remaining. And as Ovi slides into the danger zone, Griffin, that red target becomes really important. Ovi is worth $3,312.77. Just to be clear, you knock out Ovi, you get that money immediately.
Beautiful.
Single biggest bounty available right now. And just to comment on that, it kind of limits Ovi's options. We often say, you know, between 15 and 20 bigs, decent sized shoving stack, and you can get a lot of folds. You can shove with marginals and get it through. Not when you're worth $3.5 grand near enough.
No, people want your bounty.
You were going to get looked up. You were going to get called pretty light. To the chip leader, who opens with ace 3, gets a fold from ace 6. Ovi with queen 9 in the small, and Stan with king 10 in the big. Round to Stan.
Yeah, good defending hand here, especially against the chip leader. You could also consider shoving. Going to get a lot of raised folds here, considering how active your 10 million chipped opponent has been.
Yeah.
But It's never thrilling to shove in with king 10 either. You can also always just call and outflop like we see they've done here.
Good question from Ollie Ocho. What is the payout right now versus Ovi's bounty? So if you cash 31st through 24th, $1,700. So near enough double the current payout for Ovi's bounty. King 10 is ahead. Stan bets. And gets a fold. Blinds up in 1 minute. Oslingen back in action with ace-queen suited. Raise and take it, keeping their stack above the 10 million mark. Zippo Hoy, another raise and take it spot.
Little momentum gaining here from Zippahoy, which was otherwise a table that was quite dominated by Oslingen.
You may have seen the ticker go down from 29 to 28. Leo Souza, who we were watching at our feature table earlier on, has finally been eliminated, taken out by Mr. Bradley. So that takes us down to 28 now. And here we go, 60,000, 120,000 blinds. This is not good news for Ovi. Ovi, Ovi, Ovi. Oi, oi, oi. Well, this is a pair of sevens for Oslingen.
And significantly outflopping their two opponents here.
Yeah. Still ahead. Better than an 85% favorite in this three-way pot.
And I'd like to see some protection here from the button.
Another KO at one of the outer tables. Former chip leader Rotary from Finland has just gone. We're down to 27. As Oslingen bets 342 into 910. Gets folds. Closing in on the 11 million mark now. And Ovi with ace deuce. Fives for Von Klonk. Again, another former chip leader who finds themselves at risk. Meaning they are now a short stack. Opens to 240.
Quite an easy decision here on this open. So much to gain from finding a way to get all these chips in the middle.
Well, Ovi just flats. Has the gut shot straight draw. Checks to Von Klonk, who's still ahead with fives. 360 snap fold. Ovi now hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Has sevens in the small blind.
Here we go, and a king jack at the cutoff, as well as a king 10 on the button, but the king jack there. Look, queen jack suited under the gun. I mean, we could see, certainly see a shove from Hogwitch here, as James called them. But now, P-Jims
You gotta be
will
thinking,
have...
what?
Oh, Gems!
I mean,
Ugh.
They color it red for a reason, guys. You've got to notice that bounty. You've got to be thinking about that.
Yeah, and you just slightly have OB Poker Kid covered, but now we will see that fair fight as Zip Ahoy gets an excellent opportunity. We can see a 7 being folded from Stan, so off we go to the races. There's
And
the 10.
the 10 will do it. The start of day chip leader is KO'd. That huge bounty, nearly 3.5 grand, claimed by Zip Ahoy, who's now up to 6.7 million and is now worth nearly $4,300. Zip Ahoy now has the red target. Zip Ahoy is now the single biggest bounty available, with 26 players remaining.
And that's a good lesson, that hand, for everyone at home. You can't take these chips home with you. You're going to have to get them all in. You're going to have to get lucky. You're going to have to double up here and there. PGM 85 not only misses a great opportunity to effectively double up their stack, but by winning that flip with King Jack, if they had, getting that massive $3,000 bounty. So got to find the spots, got to go with it.
Absolutely. Bounty, bounty, bounty. Come get some. And Zip Ahoy opening with ace-8. Stan with 10s. Has fewer than 20 big blinds.
You know, if you combine the name, Stan's name with their avatar, it's Stan Lee.
It's a stretch, but I'll allow it. We're almost down to the final 3 tables. And there is a money jump after that, because 23rd is 2,400. Right now we're paying players 1,700. Aces!
And that's going to be trouble, I think, for Zips Ahoy. So the amount of chips Zips has, going to see an open here, as we see. But then when you're facing the all-in of 10 big blinds, and you got 50, $1,400 bounty, maybe I can crack ace-jack here is what you think. You don't think you're up against ace of diamonds. So I think 13 big blind, or pardon me, I think 11 big blinds will be short enough that Zip Ahoy will be inclined to call with Queen 9 suited. Not going to be thrilled about it, but also you've been running good. Things are feeling good.
$1,400 bounty. What's not to like?
But they've surprised me before with some tight folds with the bounty equity.
Yeah.
And this might also fall into that category. The range is quite strong. This isn't, this isn't ace 7 offsuit.
Well, Zip Ahoy does call, is way behind. Oh, gut shot.
Tenor.
But it's the ace high flush for PGM, who gets the full double up. Osterlingen still holding on to the tournament chip lead, by the way, 10.5 million. The shortest stack right now. Actually, there's about 3 or 4 players around 700k, one of whom is at this table, Hogwitch. So I don't think it's going to be too much longer before we are down to the final 3 tables. This playing 8-handed until we get to the final table, which will be 9-handed.
Will be interesting to see how, assuming we see a fold from the cutoff, and you never know with Osterlingen with how much confidence they're playing with. What will go down between PGM, Zip Ahoy, and Stan? All quite playable button, small blind, and big blind hands. but a pretty, good fold in the small blind. Now, does Stan want to shove these 20 big blinds in or see a flop? Speaking as someone who can see the cards, I would recommend just calling.
That's a advantage that the players don't have, Griffin. $360 from PGM. Who now has ace 7 of spades, opens to 240. Button folds, round to the blinds. And it's round to Hogwitch. Trey deuce. Super short. Can we ladder to 23rd? Can we get the extra 700 bucks? So Griffin, obviously last week, everyone was talking about the Helmuth hand, and we talked about it in intense and excruciating detail, me, Joe, and Maria. I am adamant that Helmuth misread his hand and thought he had ace-queen. Is that a plausible theory in your book?
So I actually haven't seen the hand. I've read all about it on Twitter. I would say, in my experience, I've never confused an ace for a 4. I always look at my hands pretty intently. If it was a different player, maybe I would be more interested in buying into the idea that it could be, a mistake like that. But I think Helmuth would, if I read the hand correctly, it was sort of he like 3-bet called off like 15 big blinds with queen 4 basically.
Yeah.
I think he would just like do some math that justified it in his head and decide to just say like, screw it. Okay. Let's go for it. It makes more sense to me than him misreading his hand. But again, like if he thought about the decision, then I think he definitely had the queen 4. If he snapped it off, then maybe there's more likelihood that he misread it.
Saw PGM make another pretty tight laydown a couple of hands ago. Opened with ace-jack suited. Stan moved all in with 7s, and PGM decided not to take the flip. And again, I do think that these decisions on whether to call or not are skewed massively when you see the fact that you can win more than the current payout right here, right now, by eliminating a player.
Yeah.
PGM with a straight draw and a diamond draw. Zip Ahoy still ahead though. Top pair. 480k on the turn. A lot of cards PGM can hit on the river, Griffin. 34% is decent equity.
Yeah, so many cards. 4 or 9 diamond, but not those.
Too many out syndrome, and the 6 on the river is a brick. And PGM bluffs for half pot. Half their stack. And this is a tough spot because this is not a player who's been all loosey-goosey. This is a player who's been really tight. So this is not an easy spot for Zip Ahoy to just call with a 10.
Yeah, pretty high up in your range with King 10, but again, repping much stronger here. Never.
Wow. Jim really short now. Zip Ahoy up over 7 million, and you'll notice that we are now down to the final 3 tables. We've been joined by Din 543 because we are at 24. 3 tables of 8.
Some pods here from Hogwitch. We can
I mean,
see that, it would actually...
It's the ladder, Griff. It's like you go out
Yeah.
now, 1,700. You make it to 23rd, 2,400. That $700 is $700.
Great shove here for Kanani 88. Get it in there.
Keep smiling.
Oh! That pay jump better be big, James.
$700. And you've made it, guys, because I can tell you that Zufo 16, Ivan Zufic, is gone in 24th place. So we are down to 23 now.
Oh my goodness.
Top pair versus two pair.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. I mean, it's not a situation that Zipahoy is going to necessarily lose a huge amount. You don't expect a check raise from King Deuce here. So we'll see how much our friend Ostlingen is willing to just blast off here and get value from that king, because so often in a spot like this, your opponent does have that king. I mean, you block the 5 and the 6.
Yeah.
So more likely they have top pair than mid or bottom pair.
And these are two of the biggest stacks right now, 1 and 5 in chips.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to call with King Deuce on that turn. Your opponent can just be blasting here with Ace 7, something like Ace 4, trying to get you off a 5 or a 6. So rare for you to have the losing hand here. Now, are you going to crack the code when you face a bet of 1.792 million chips? That is the question. Was your intention, was your plan here always to just call all the way down, or what are your instincts telling you?
Yeah.
This is can be a bit of a feel spot.
So Ostlingen now up over 12 million. Still number one with 23 players remaining, and the blinds have just gone to 80,000, 160,000. It's getting pricey. It's getting spicy.
Spicy and pricey.
It's like a really bad kids' cartoon. Like really cheap animation.
Another decent shove spot here, but if Kanoni is going to fold the ace jack at the cutoff, even though we have gone up in the pay jump, you think King Jack is probably going in the muck.
Yeah. Zip ahoy. Opening with King 6 on the button.
Let's see a flop, Stan.
Nope. Sorry to disappoint. Kanoni 88. Folds the 8-6. 10-7 suited for chip leader Ostlingen. Raises to 320,000. Zip ahoy with Queen Jack.
Yeah, I think you expect to be slightly ahead of the range of Ostlingen here, but going to be tough to play. Ostlingen is willing to blast off, so doesn't want to play it as a 3-bet or as a fold. Now that's part of the equation that I did not consider, that they are going to be able to go 3 ways to this flop. And so far, advantage Zips ahoy.
Absolutely, and Hogwitch all in and 13% to survive. Zip ahoy, top pair, and the straight draw. Loves it. 400,000.
Yeah, and this is just sort of a protection value bet. Try to get in a hand like 10-7 that would otherwise fold to 600 plus. You don't need to also just like scare off your opponents with worse hands.
This is now looking good for Hogwitch.
Yeah.
Hogwitch now with the straight. And everyone's now playing the board. Is this going to be a three-way chop, Griff?
Oh, we might need Joe back for that.
Just because there's 3 players doesn't mean I can make 3 vocalists suddenly appear.
I mean, this might get a fold here. You certainly expect the razor in Oslingen to have a lot of.
Can you imagine?
Aces here. You think ace 10.
Does fold.
Ace jack.
So
Yeah.
these 2 players will chop this pot. And Griffin, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Not bad.
Yeah.
As we hit the break with 21 players remaining. And it is Oslingen from Norway who still leads with a stack of 12.7 million. Plenty of shorties in the field as we continue to play down to a final table and down to a winner on the second and final day of this special edition, part of KO week of the Sunday Million. $215 buy-in. The first prize of nearly 100k plus bounties. Let's get Mr. Stapleton back into the mix. We'll be back at the tables in around 5 minutes' time when the players come back from break. Joe, I talked about going to the cinema last week. I mentioned that we're going to the cinema on Wednesday for the special private screening at UK IPT London. Tickets at the welcome desk at the Hippodrome. Have you been to the cinema at all in the last few weeks? Or last few days, rather?
Yes. So, well, you heard. I'm going to bang on about this movie a little bit more. I've already said it. I did see The Batman. Did like it very much.
Yeah.
I also saw a movie called Everything Everywhere All the Time, and I'll keep it brief because I talked about it last week. The best movie I've seen in a really long time. Do go see this movie as soon as you can. It is. I can't wait to see it again. Just a perfect movie through and through. A skosh too long, as everything is. I don't think I've been to the movie since then, but there are 2 Netflix movies that are recently came out.
Okay.
One of them called The Bubble, with a Judd Apatow movie with a star-studded cast. David Duchovny, Keegan-Michael Key, Leslie Mann. Their daughter's in it, Iris. Peter Serafinowicz, who I think is hilarious. Fred Armisen. And it is so bad.
Oh, no.
It is so bad. I was
built it up with that amazing cast, and then it's like you deliver the punchline.
Too.
I put it on yesterday. Like Sundays, me and my girlfriend's just kind of like, obviously, like most people, right? Just like actual rest day, actual recovery day.
Yeah.
She fell asleep about half hour into it. I watched a painful amount where I was like, okay, this movie has to be over. I paused it, and I was only an hour into it, and I had more than an hour left to go.
Wow.
I don't know why these movies are longer than 2 hours. Very strange movie. Some very funny parts in it, a couple of funny parts, but for the most part, just kind of like, wow. The weird thing is it's a movie about a movie being filmed in a quarantine bubble in sort of the trials and tribulations, and it doesn't, if the movie you're making about a bad movie actually is also bad, it's like a double, it's a double whammy. However,
that's so meta though.
But it's not even like it should have been, but it wasn't. But I watched another one that I've been avoiding for a little while because it looked a little daunting, and it was called Windfall with Jesse Plemons and Jason, what's his name? Jason Segel.
Statham.
Jason Segel, and that's a really cool noir
Okay.
Like great score, great cinematography, really just a solid movie.
Well, I remembered at the weekend that my Apple TV Plus subscription expires on the 16th of April, and I too tight to renew it, so I thought better watch Coda while there's still a chance. So I did watch this year's Best Picture winner, and it's a solid movie. It's a decent movie. It's actually, let me be fair, it's a very good movie. I just fear it's one of those films that in 5 or 6 years' time, I won't remember it at all, and I won't remember that I've even seen it at all. And I haven't seen all of the Best Picture nominees, but I do think that West Side Story and certainly Power of the Dog and Dune as well were better films. But I know why the Academy is honouring this film, and it does make a very important statement and is a very important step forward. So I will allow it, as it were. But yeah, it's not a bad film, but I don't think it's not a Joe Stapleton film. It's a reading for a start.
I was gonna say, I mean, if it's about deaf people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is like a double ready because you can't even listen to the words that the things they're making you say or read are, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Any recommendations, Griffin?
Ooh, I watched Wind River for the first time the other day. I thought that was quite something. I don't know if you've seen that with Jeremy Renner and is it Elizabeth Olsen? Have you seen that?
I've not seen it. I heard it's good though. That's old though, right? This is like a decade old, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought we were just talking about movies we've seen recently.
Sure.
I'm really excited to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. I wanted to see it opening. It's been quite annoying actually the last few weeks because I thought it was going to open March 26th, and then it said, oh, in Canada it's April 1st. Then April 1st came along, and then it's not here till April 7th. Maybe they're just never going to release it, and I'm never going to see it. But I've been seeing some really outrageous reviews. My girlfriend.
Sorry, Griffin, but I can hear chip noise. I can hear cards in the air.
Let's do it.
Looks like players are back from break. I'm going to take a break. Looks like Oslingen has moved tables, so why don't you go to where he is?
Let's do it. Looks like we missed the tail end of a pot there. Oslingen picking it up. Yeah, Griffin, you may continue, please. It's okay till something happens.
Can you believe he cut me off like that?
I can, actually. Unfortunately, I think we do a good job of not.
I just brought up my partner and. But back to the action here. All in for is that Easter hands back? Easter hands.
So what were you gonna say about your lovely girlfriend?
Just even she like. I was in the office, and then I just heard from the other room. She goes, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'm like, what? Like, yeah. And she's just like, I want to go see it. I'm like, I hadn't even brought it up to her, and she had just read, some glowing review, probably in French. So the buzz is quite real. One of my favorite working directors, Mike Flanagan, who did the amazing Hill House and Bly Manor series is on Netflix, said it was the best movie he'd seen in a long while, and so did you. So
yeah,
the hype is real. I'm excited to go see it.
Did you like Swiss Army Man?
So, I never watched it, but I know that's the director.
Sure,
yeah, I know it's the same director.
Directors. They go by Daniels, not the Daniels. They're both named Daniels, so they go by Daniels.
Yeah, is one of them Lee Daniels?
It is not Lee Daniels, no.
What I'm going to do? I'm going to watch Swiss Army Man.
What I would say is that Swiss Army Man's kind of polarizing.
Yes, I've heard that.
And Everything Everywhere All at Once is like the same sort of like risk-taking that you'll see in Swiss Army Man, but in a way more accessible movie.
Yeah.
But I think you might like Swiss Army Man.
Yeah, I think I might too. I'm a big farts guy in general. So
okay, so you know about the farts,
farts, yeah.
Pocket fives here for Bajiksa, all in. Just a couple of big blinds. Might be worth trying to win this bounty.
Yeah, King Deuce five. Here. King Deuce, even 3 big blinds. Why not?
Isolate,
you have so much money.
Fives holding.
The hand is not doing very well with that king folded, though. So a double up.
Double up, Bajiksa. Bajiksa. There you go. And a walk. Huh. Osterhand, you would think would maybe shove small to big there with an ace, but declined. Mr. Bradley.
Mr. Bradleyson.
Queen 3, that's a hand I'm going to ditch in the big blind, too. I like it. Not saying it's right, just saying I would do it. Jimmy Chin, all in, ace deuce, 2 and a bit big blinds. Austin Jin, we're going to see another ISO here.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you can really shove here because, you know, Romeo might turn you into Mercutio, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Wow, it's not often we get Shakespeare here. Jimmy Chin all in ace high, but it's a queen high flop. A deuce on the turn for Jimmy,
Not
but it's
enough.
a 2 pair for Austin Jin. Jimmy Chin takes it on the chin, eliminated in 20th place, $2,400, and not a lot in bounties, just $175 in bounties.
You know, I didn't even know. So, okay, yeah, I have seen some movies lately. I saw some Oscar movies. I watched Licorice Pizza, which I liked quite
Oh
a
yeah, I
lot.
forgot I saw that. It was cute.
And I watched West Side Story, which I liked, but I was a bit kind of. It's weird. I had actually never seen any version of West Side Story. I didn't even know it was basically like a, you know, well, not necessarily modern, but I guess whenever the time period is.
You didn't know it was a
60s or-
period piece.
I didn't. No. I didn't know it was basically Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I had no. So I didn't really know
Spoilers.
what to expect. Oh, come on. Maybe.
I'm
So
kidding.
yeah, but I thought it was. I mean, it was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. Ooh, we got the call from Ace 4. And does spike an
Ooh.
ace.
Bounty hunting, open ended.
Bajiksa does
Too
not
busy.
make the straight.
2 pair.
And we're down to 18 now. What are we at for prize jumps? We must be close to a prize jump. Yeah, all right, 15th place. So next 2 eliminations still get $2,400. That goes up by $1,000. Yeah, I haven't watched West Side Story yet. One, because it's pretty long, right? Isn't it 3 hours or something?
It's long. It's 2.5 hours. Yeah.
And also, the original West Side Story is a much more tame version of the story, I think. And it's still, I find it. Oh, we're down to 16. Final 2 tables. Elimination on the outer table. Din 543. And also, it's kind of emotional. Like it's an intense emotional ride. Hello, nut flush from
Whoa,
Meow.
how pretty is
or
that?
Romeo.
Guys, really look at. There's so much love in the room right now. So much love on the stream. Heart,
Hearts
heart, 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 heart.
and hearts and hearts.
Oh my gosh, this guy's got a straight.
Oh boy,
I didn't even see that. All right.
Mr. Bradley in big
Mr. Bradley.
trouble, flopping the near nuts, the non-flush nuts.
I will say not having position
Ooh.
here, or having position, pardon me, for Mr. Bradley is pretty advantageous if they can find a check. But, you know, you want to get value from certain hands like King Jack, maybe pocket tens.
And you're
that
really
would've
trying to
just
protect
called.
against the heart too, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it. Nailed it.
I mean, this is just bad luck. There's lots of ways to get unlucky in poker. And flopping the nuts-ish, when someone else flops the nuts without the ish, is one of them.
But now the question becomes, how do you proceed here with the second nuts? Which is the A7 of hearts.
Yeah.
Because what would the nuts have been?
The nuts would have been a full house or quads now.
No. On the
Oh,
turn.
the royal. Sorry, there was a royal.
No. Well, it would have been, but he has the ace, so there's only the other one I had. Queen 9 of hearts.
Okay, so there was lots and lots of nuttier hands.
Yeah. I just I like to be that guy.
No, you
know?
should. Look, you should be that guy. If anyone out there does it, anyone out there, you're getting banned.
No. But I'm gonna I'm gonna let you know.
So Mr. Bradley doesn't get hurt to Bradley there. Thanks to the board pairing. Pocket sevens for shark mode. Ripping it in to the 2 short stacks. Von Klonk. Love that name. Oh, no. I was going to let the Portuguese fly in the chat right now, but I'm pretty sure that's someone asking for money. Pocket jacks now for shark mode on. This time not shoving.
I like the combination though of the person's name. It's like, who are my favorite people in the world? Well, my favorite footballer is Lionel Messi, and my personal hero is Goku. My favorite number is 18.
8, 7, 5, 2 spades. Gut shot for Mr. Bradley. Overpair for shark mode on.
Ooh, cheeky check. That wasn't a check. That was a cheek. All right. Gonna induce some bluffs here from Mr. Bradley. Exact hands like this. And goes with the overbet sizing. Let's go. Induces it.
I mean, this just must feel
Shark
so
mode
great.
is on. Daddy-o. And you really can't fault Mr. Bradley. I mean, if you're targeting ace-high hands, you want to bet something like pot over pot, where ace-jack is just sitting there like, oh, he could be bluffing, but am I going to call a million chips?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the guy with ace-high sounds like. But the guy with jacks, that's like, oh, overbet, huh? Trying to get me to fold ace-high. Well, I got 2 jacks, and I'm going to waste my whole time bank. Okay.
Shark mode on the rise right now. 7s, then jacks, now 10s. And we might see yet another confrontation between shark mode on and Mr. Bradley.
You better believe it, Joe. Because Mr. Bradley's got 18 big blinds, and shark mode on has an 18 big blind kind of hand, if I've ever seen it.
Shall we
race?
Flipping.
Joe, get in. We're racing.
10s holding. 10s need to fade an ace or a queen. They do. 10s hold. Mr. Bradley
I don't
is
got friends. I got family.
eliminated in 16th place. Evernote ladders up $1,000, and shark mode on is on.
Whoo.
Second in chips right now. Only behind to Ostlingen. 15 players. We're gonna get us to the final table, right, Griff? This level?
Yeah.
This session?
Yeah. This cycle.
Shove here from pocket threes. Snap fold from the ace-4 makes sense with
But
that
a
size
call,
stack.
and
But
you
bounty hunting. 9 high, pair of 9s, straight draw, and a straight. When did you like your hand? Kanoni, K.O.D. Out in 15.
Play on words.
And that puts shark mode on top.
And yeah, this is going to be, ooh.
Come on, let's go 4 ways. 4 ways. Come on.
I think this is a really cool spot for Romeo to shove. I know it's 50 big blinds, but Shark Mode on and Oslingen, they're just not strong here. They have all these chips. It's so easy for us to say we're in the booth, we see the hands, but
Yeah.
King Queen suited, man, it's tough to just overcall here and have those big stacks that can just shove. I think it would have been really cool to shove, but instead they all fold, and even Oslingen for just 1.5 million more, which is patently incorrect. I mean, there's 3 blinds already out there, 4 blinds already out there, just between the raise. I can't believe that Oosterhand got away with that one. Gotta take your equity there. It's a bounty, baby.
There's been a few folds today that I've been like, oh, huh, interesting. Short stack, bounty, money on the line. Like, I guess Oosterhand does not have the biggest bounty. In fact, has the smallest bounty. So maybe that's a factor.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of the consideration. I'm just I'm still disappointed that Romeo didn't just go all in there and jump the shark. Came up with that all on my own. How do you ban a comment from a couple minutes ago?
The one that said jumping the shark.
Joe. Hey, you
Spartak,
don't got no proof, Alkaline.
all
You're
in, called
banned.
by Jack 10, 110.
Ooh.
Not enough spades.
Bad turn card.
Cut Spartak doubles up. We are down to 14 players after Canoni went broke. Everyone now making $3,400. Short pay jump here. It's just 15, 14, 13. Then we're on to the next one. So,
Yeah, should have stuck to making video games, Kanani.
at least they didn't use the Canani cheat code. Caught Spartak shoving those fresh chips over the top of the open from Oslingen.
See, now this time I don't think Cod Spartak was trying to spell Spartan, because the C, there's a V and a B in between it.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the Cerebrity situation.
Celebrity now.
Yeah.
Celebrity now.
Oslingen.
Pocket queens.
That's a good hand.
One of the best shark mode
Look at
on.
you.
Will we have a confrontation between the two biggest stacks in this tournament?
Confrontation.
Or as Celebrity would write, Vonfrontation.
Fold from the King Queen, which bit on the tight side, given that we're playing 7-handed. Got some momentum.
I don't know. Huge stack, opening under the gun. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but that's kind of why you would want to call with King Queen, though, because you could be probably ahead of the range of someone. You know, if it's a shorter stack, someone's on 30 big blinds under the gun, you're sitting with the King Queen, you're just like, oh. Now, of course, we see Oslingen has queens, so again, if you win, you always take the side of the result.
Oh.
Go ahead, Joe. Oh, king on the turn. What do you know?
Queens still good. That overcard, not disaster. The other one would be. Zip ahoy, drawing to an ace, and
Hey,
there is only one left.
You put that Applejack back in the fridge, Zip.
You put
Right?
the lime in the coconut.
That is where you put it.
Open from shark mode. Now just wait. Okay.
Okay, who is Avatar game? Who is the avatar for Caught Spartek?
A child. Thank you for your question.
Actually, unclear. No, I don't think it's a child. Actually,
What?
it's not a child.
It's not a child.
No. No. I'll get you the age. 19.
That's a 19-year-old person in the avatar.
Yeah. His name's Hasbulla. He became, I don't know too much about him, but he became famous for being, I guess, friends with, what's the really famous, where's the fur coats, the MMA fighter?
The Scottish guy.
No.
Conor McGregor.
No.
He
It's
doesn't
okay,
wear
the
fur
chat-
coats.
The chat'll, Habib, yeah, he's friends with Habib. He's like yeah.
This guy says Hasbulla Grown Man OFC. I think he meant to say Hasbulla Grown Man UFC.
No,
That's
I
a good
think
comment. Pair of nines versus a pair of deuces here. Look at Statrick knows he's a secret UFC fan. Wait, is it USC or UFC?
it's USC.
It's University of Southern California.
Yes. Yeah.
Nines will be good here.
Yeah, and a great opportunity to get some action from worse nines, deuces. You know, you kind of play it as a bet on one, either flop or the turn, and then when it's checked to the river like this, you can expect your opponent to have something like 9-8, maybe 9-10. Sometimes you just get snapped by king 9 or ace 9, but that probably would have even bet the river for value based on the scenario. But a fold. Oh, a call. My bad. I'm sorry.
During that hand, we did lose Pola Coprieto from Argentina out in 14th place. So we're on a pay jump again now. This is a big one. This obviously they're all the
This is the
biggest
big
pay
one?
jump, but this one goes from $3,400 to 48. So we're talking like 13 hundo. It's not as big as I thought. I skipped a level. But
Fun
still.
clock. Looking to get clocked. But probably gonna have to let go of the 10-5
I'm gonna
suited.
delete this comment that just said that. It's like I
You
was
are
gonna
all
clean
my
up Griffin's tracks every time he just murders
you are
a
all
new
my
joke.
ghost writers.
One thing that Griffin has learned is that if someone in chat writes the same joke I was thinking of,
Yeah.
but I haven't had the chance to hear, like chat can
Yes.
just say it whenever they want. So Griffin has now learned that when he thinks of a joke, it's better just to crowbar it in somewhere inappropriate, so at least he gets to say it first.
Correct.
Folds around to the blinds.
Oh, Australian gonna put on some pressure? Probably not. Too many chips. 7-4 off. Maybe a raise to 600 and something.
450. Ace tray calls.
450.
Pair
Whatever.
of sevens for Ostlingen. Two pair now for Ostlingen. Feel like a river club might be bad for Osterham. Not going to get there. Okay, so wait, this guy's still that's a 19-year-old person in this photo?
Yes. So I believe he has like some sort of condition that
Okay.
has him
So-
appear that way.
Great.
Yeah.
So I'm making a big deal over someone
Yeah, that looks.
that
the
is
way-
not a
yeah.
young child. I see.
Called growth hormone deficiency.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for leading me down the primrose path there, Griffin. I'm like, oh, what's wrong with that guy? Oh, that's Joe. He's
Nothing's
actually-
wrong with him. God. Oslingen, bottom pair here. Romeo might be inclined to continue to some capacity. Do have some backdoor interests. Sounds a bit. But with the spades, with the 5, facing such a small bet like that, kind of seems fun to maybe throw in a little check raise or maybe even just a call, try to hit a jack, something like the 7 of spades, but could also just see a fold from XXX Romeo, and it's the raise, and it's a big raise.
Big raise. 5Xer.
Sorry. And I just realized
Not
I was
quite,
reacting to the action a few seconds behind because I get a crisp picture when I have the Twitch stream up, but it's a few seconds behind. So I'm gonna come back to the screen. We can do this all together. But very nice check raise from Romeo, making up for their king queen suited fold earlier, which was probably fine, but I love king queen suited.
Zip ahoy. 5-3.
Oh,
Spades
my
folds.
goodness.
Yeah, Osterhand does not
That
shove
fold.
the king 10.
I mean, dodging a pretty strong holding in the ace-9 of spades, but, you know, you got to create scenarios for yourself where you're all in and can double up, or you just can't win the tournament. So folding king 10 off on the button for 11 big blinds, I don't recommend it.
Queens for Oslingen here is going to have a chance to knock out Von Klonk. Small re-raise. Spartak will be folding as well.
Von Klonk at risk. 4 big blinds. Is there a pay jump at 12 too?
On the flop. No further improvement. Von Klonk. Ooh, Klonk's Oslingen right in the noggin with the horseshoe.
Oh.
Takes another bounty, and we are down to 12. And that is a ladder for the rest of these players. Shark mode on the button.
And Zip taking some pause here. I think this would be a really cheeky, fun little 3-bet here.
Ooh.
It does come in for 1.4 million. And even though Shark mode does have the ace, even though you're going to think this could be nonsense, you really don't have a defense there. You have to shove or fold with ace 3. You don't really want to shove against a player you haven't seen do any 3-betting. So that's why it's such a nice, spot to do it in. And it's kind of a good candidate. You know, if you have something like 10-7 suited, you don't want to 3-bet and not see a flop. 10-5 suited, it's like, okay, there's a bit of playability, but I think I'm going to take this down enough by raising pre-flop. And the times that maybe Shark Mode decides to continue with something like King Jack of spades that wasn't willing to shove in, at least I have some playability against that kind of hand with something like 10-5 suited.
I mean, I like the 3-bet more than a call. This playability you speak of.
And the ironic thing, of course, about chastising tight play deep in a tournament is sometimes that person does just wake up with pocket queens and make me look like a bloody fool.
That's the ironic thing.
And Hasbulla over here caught Spartak. Should probably find a shove for 15 big blinds at the cutoff with the 4s, but doesn't because these guys dodge bullets, baby!
Small bounty, again, whether or not it's factoring in, it is true. Oslingen flops the straight draw, turns it. Osterhand drawing
shove
dead.
The king 10.
Oster is ousted from the tournament. Out in 12th. $4,800 plus, as we know, not a huge bounty, just $1,300 in bounties. So patient, so unlucky.
story of Joe Stapleton's life. Should literally just be the name of your book. Would you ever write a book, Joe?
Oh yeah, I got a couple of good books. I mean, actually, you probably know this already, but I'll take an
The
opportunity
comic book,
to mention
yes.
it. The comic book
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
is.
Coming along?
Should I read you that? I wrote the back jacket of the comic book.
We don't have to do that now. But
Okay.
I'm just
Pocket
kidding.
Aces
No, I'm
for
kidding.
Oslogen.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm really, really interested. I was just busting you.
It's too late now.
No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You
It's
put
not
that
coming
up.
out for a long time still, so I don't need to. I don't
You
need
read
to
the back
talk-
to
talk
me.
that
Come
much of it.
on. Everybody wants to hear it. There's over 1,000 people, 1,100 almost, that are chanting your name. Okay, if we get to 1,100 people on the Twitch, will you read it?
This could be a great hand. Pair of nines. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Look, I'm not being sensitive. I don't really care.
I know, but I kind of just wanted to do this 1,100 thing because we're so close to that amount. And now no one will leave because they'll feel guilty. That isn't it. I'm not, don't take that as an opportunity to spite. Oh, look at them all saying, Joe, tell us.
We'll see. Maybe there'll be a boring hand coming up.
1127. Did you see that?
Did it
It
jump
just
up?
jumped 30 people as soon as
They
you
heard
started
you.
talking about your comic book.
We've got ace king versus aces here, though, buddy, and the two
All the-
biggest stacks of the entire tournament. So maybe not right now.
Okay, maybe not right now, but I just want to say, I want to say that 30 people just made their spouse to go on Twitch and jump into the thing just to tell the backslip.
We got it. We got a big hand developing here, though.
Massive hand. And this will be interesting because we saw, how tight Shark Mode was playing against Oslingen sort of under the gun
Right,
open
we did see
earlier
that.
with the King Queen. Was that half an hour ago? Was it Oslingen tuning in? No. So that info was not there for Oslingen. Does Oslingen just want to get in 65, 70
Oh
big
my
blinds?
goodness!
Chip leader
The
on chip
answer
leader.
to
Oh
that
my
question is
God!
yes. Aces call.
No!
Queen high flop. Ace king dead on the turn.
Oh!
Oslingen not out, but wow, was that a lot of chips? Biggest pot of the tournament. Shark mode on fire, and it's ace queen versus aces in the very next hand.
What?
Shark mode not likely to be going anywhere, in a very similar position to Oslingen. Obviously can't be hurt as bad. Oslingen just went from being first in chips to being at 10th of 11.
And really unfortunate for Oslingen, who's quite frankly played a very strong game over the course of the day. Been on most of our feature tables. It's hard to even say that it was a massive mistake. I mean, it felt like 65 big blinds because the way that I was talking about it was in relation to Oslingen's actual stack. But the stack of Shark Mode was more like 50 big blinds. I think it kind of plays nicer to maybe just call because of ICM implications. You don't want to get super cool in there, but it's certainly within the realm of possibility to get in 50 big blinds with ace king.
And now it is Oslingen with the pocket aces.
Got a little redemption, huh?
And a sizable bounty on Oslingen's head, so maybe we'll get some action. $3,800 is just below where we're at for payouts right now.
A massive bounty that Shark Mode on has to absolutely snap off. You can't be folding here for these 9 big blinds when your opponent has ace queen here, when your opponent has even 2 tens. You gotta call. And as far as hands are concerned, Jack 9 against aces, Jack 9 is not the worst hand to have. You can really get weird. You can pop off 9s, 10s, Jack. Ooh.
A few ways to win there. Clubs wasn't one of them. Double up for Oslingen. Not back to where they were before, but certainly not as low as they just were. 20 bigs now. Tell me online poker is rigged without telling me online poker is rigged. How about this? How about I tell you, you banned. Thank you for your comment. Send and dredge. Ace Jack from I keep thinking that's from Meow, but I think Romeo is probably better.
No. We're calling him from Meow now. From Meow.
I am from Meow.
From Meow on.
8 on the turn is good for shark mode.
Very good. I love that movie. I've ever told you how much I absolutely unabashedly love The Greatest Showman.
I have not seen it, but I would see it.
I've watched it 10 times. It is such a joy. It's not like the best movie, but it's just so joyful. The songs are so great.
It's really hard not to like Hugh Jackman. I almost said Shoe Jackman for some reason. Although Reminiscence is one of the few movies I turned off.
Oh no, I've had no interest in watching that.
We were like 10 minutes into it, and I was watching with my my girlfriend and her sister. I was like, this is really bad, right? Like this is really, really bad. And they were like, yeah. I was like, okay, thank God. And then it got worse, and I was like, okay, can we just not watch this anymore? And we didn't. Raise from Zip Ahoy, re-raise from Oslingen.
This is some playing with fire stuff from Oslingen here. Thinks that, you know, he should have license to his hand, but isn't willing to go all in for the 20 big blinds. So wants to make their hand look super strong. But the problem with doing this is, you know, Zip Ahoy is going to call a lot of the time here. It's going to get weird. Your SPR is going to be, you know, 1.5 or something like that. Zip Ahoy actually has a hand that maybe you just want to fold to the 2.1x, but does call because the price is too good. But now you have the range advantage, so you can just bet something small here and get a fold from hands like this. So it looks like it's probably going to work out for Oslingen, but it's a risky maneuver.
Not a dumb question, Gibbery Jeff, who says, sorry if this is a dumb question, but what is SPR?
So split pot incoming. I love that. No, it's not split pot incoming, although it should be. It is stack to pot ratio. So in this case right here, we can see as the surprising check back from Oslingen with 2.8 million. Osligen's stack to pot ratio is about 1.3 or something like that. So 1-to-1 would be if Oslingen had about 2.875 million, and then another million on top of that.
Pretty tough spot. Nice work. Oslingen slowly chipping back up.
Yeah, putting in a bit of work. Friendship is tragic follows up and says, okay, that's what SPR is, but how do you use the number to affect your play? So it's just it just speaks to the kind of maneuverability or implied odds that you'll have on the actual streets on the flop, turn, and river. So if you're SPR, if you're, you know, deciding to set mine or something like that, and, you know, with a low pocket pair, but the pot's already going to be 3 million and you only have 2.6 million left, it's just, you know, you're going to end up all in or you're going to fold, and it's not going to be based on whether or not you flop a set. So it's just about how something like ace 10 there is a bit difficult to play, because when your opponent does call, you know, as soon as you put money in the pot, let's just say your opponent hits it, and now you're in big trouble because you've just committed so much of your stack and not ended up all the way in.
Shark mode on, about to get shoved on. Gonna do their absolute best
Or
to get
called
some
on.
action here.
Sneaky Spartak. Nah, it's too obvious with the 10 big blinds, but you just want to see him do it sometimes, you know? King Deuce, probably too weak, but also the bounty's 2,300 and you have 25 million. I wouldn't be surprised if Shark Mogon was like, let's go for it and try to beat out something like Ace Queen. Now, again, just like with the Jack 9, actually running into aces, so pretty bad luck as far as card distribution. But I think King Deuce is probably too. Yeah.
King Deuce is a fold. Switching.
Switcher.
2 eliminations from the final table. We've got Sajina at this table. Stan, Greedy M, P Jim, Leo Star, who we've seen earlier, and Leo Duarte. 2 Leos. Hey, Leos. How about where's the Virgos? We got 2 Leos. Where are the Virgos? Where's the Capricorn? Greedy M, shoving.
Any
small to
any
big.
Saggies?
Any
Do they go by Saggies?
Any Saggies out there?
They must go by Saggies, not Saggies. Saggies
Saggies.
sounds saggy.
King 9 was ahead, elects to let it go. Pretty shallow table here. All the chips over there.
Have you guys been noticing that, like, a lot of aces are getting dealt?
I have noticed
Pocket
that.
aces? Like, every hand?
You may see a confrontation here between Leo Duarte and
Joe.
Sajina.
Were you cranking, Joe? Have you been cranking,
I was not
Joe?
cranking.
Did you teach James how to crank?
It
I
could
always
be
thought he
James.
was too proper.
I don't know if there is another crank machine, but
Oh. Tell you what, you shouldn't feel good about ace 5 suited here, but you're probably, this is a great example right here of the stack to pot ratio. After having called here, our good friend Sajina here only has a stack to pot ratio of less than 2 to 1. This is a pretty good flop for ace 5 clubs. If you expect your opponent to have something like king queen, king jack sometimes here and just c-bet, or even if you're up against pocket tens, you should probably take your equity here because of how much is in the pot and how many chips you have left. You know, now if you had 3, 4, 5 million here, you wouldn't be trying to get it in, you know, because you wouldn't find yourself that committed to the pot.
well, the commitment goes a bit further after the call on the turn. No improvement for Sajina. And Leo Duarte not only has the best hand, but this run out is not one that's going to get aces to fold. There is some showdown value to ace high. As Griffin said, if you're going to be up against king, queen, and king, jack, and queen, jack, those hands, you don't necessarily need to bluff them.
Oh my God, the avatar for Sajina is such a callback. It's a Pokemon.
Is it Blastoise?
No, it's like Arctis. It's some sort of Pokemon. Oh, and the shove on the river gonna be
not called.
Not called, but no. Oh man, I was peeking at the wrong screen again.
King 10 for P Jim. Seems like a 5 big blinder. Pocket 10s for Stan.
Oh, here we go. Stan the man.
I would assume we are going to reshove here.
You assumed wrong.
Come on, that doesn't count. You're a real stickler. One overcard for PJ. Hits it. Looking good for a double up. No. Yes. Double up, P-Jim.
I will not stand for that. Now what does Sten do here? Blinds up. 5 big blinds. You got to put it in. You hate to do it after you just got it in so good.
You got to.
And then Sagina sitting there, really thinking to themselves. The Sagina monologue, if you will. It's 5 big blinds, my friend. My friend.
The snowman's num num.
Num num. Get him in.
Just a call. Wait, no, it's a shove? Oh, it's a shove for like 300 more chips. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, yeah. And look at the folded cards. Aces folded everywhere. Stan. This is not the plan. Oh, one outer!
Spikes the ace.
Oh, no.
And does survive. Well, was going to survive either way, but doubles up. I don't know what's so hard about knowing who has more chips in that spot. The numbers were throwing me off. Sagina out. We're on the final table bubble. Shortest stack in the tournament is now who? Caught Spartak at the other table.
Really?
P-Jim second shortest. Switching hand for hand.
The Hasbullah avatar guy is the chip leader now.
What? No, he's the shortest.
Oh, shortest. My mistake.
Sorry, I meant to say he has the most least chips.
Yeah, the most least. Yeah. You know that's how I learn in double negatives. Yeah, I need that.
Lamau, online poker is a joke, forcing people that are all in out of the money.
Forcing people out of somewhere.
Two pair in the river. Hey, if you think online poker is a joke before that, check this out. Pure luck. Check this out. Ostrigen in another bad way here against Shark Mode. Certainly can't fold to this bet.
Sharkmodo.
And is raising a little 3Xer.
And just hating life is Austin Jen.
Oh, makes the call.
Doesn't hesitate.
And gives a few more chips to their nemesis, Shark Mode on. So we have, Griffin, do you have Amazon Prime Video?
Yes.
Have you ever clicked on a horror movie and then seen the other recommended horror movies and scrolled through them at all?
Yeah, they're all terrible.
There's a movie called Lamageddon and another one called Velocipriest.
Velocipaster.
Velocipaster,
I'm very familiar with it. I haven't seen it, but I'm as familiar as you can get without having seen it.
Yeah, sometimes we just scroll through those and watch the trailers.
That's great. Have you ever watched like all of Velocipaster?
No.
No. I would watch that with you sometime.
Because the trailers can't even manage to make the movie look watchable, so I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about oh, we got a hand happening here.
Yes,
Ace 9 of spades.
Yeah, and this is some trouble here for Romeo because No, playing it like a limp call. Yeah, of course. For 40 big blinds, it's gonna be okay. And that's a pretty,
That's good for
pretty
us.
okay flop.
It's good for us. 3,
Not
4. Uh-oh.
not the first time we've seen a check back with an overpair from shark mode on. It's gonna be not that effective this time because you get a lot of value from a hand like the ace nine of spades. But now you just got no value. You didn't get one street with pocket queens here. What's the plot, Shark mode?
Anyway, Shark Mode on made me think of those Amazon Prime horror movies. Like there's some dinosaur shark mashup called Shark Mode on. Oh, the Shark of the Corn, I think, was one of them.
Nice. Have you? Did I tell you about my great bad movie experience in Vegas when I was there for like a month or two ago or whatever? When we
Do you say the card counter? If this is a card
no,
counter
that's
joke.
not a card counter joke, but that would have been such a good joke. Thank you. You thought I was gonna do that? No, I went to go see Moonfall with Max and Beto, who
great.
you know, but in like D-Box 40X.
We may get hold on. We may get a hero call here with the ace nine of spades. Sorry, I thought this hand was
outrageous. Yes, I thought this hand was over as well. But
we
does
do get
make
the hero call. And Shark Mode on. Nobody wants to believe. And from Meow, also approaching the danger zone. Austin and Jen shoving sevens.
Yeah, pretty standard here for the 14 big blinds. That was a really interesting river because, you know, it benefited from the checking back of the overpair from Shark Mode on. I kind of was saying that I didn't like the check because it didn't look like you're going to get any value at all, but did find a street on the river, but probably could have gotten two. If your opponent's willing to call the river, may as well try it. Yeah.
It's a reminder we are hand for hand.
And this could end up being an all-in and a call.
And there's a significant pay jump between 9th and 10th places.
I mean, you know, you're sitting there with just 13 big blinds. 10 jack is pretty nice.
This is a slam dunk call from Oslagen. Domination situation. Ace jack holding. Zip Ahoy has outs. And makes a straight on the river. Oslagen on fumes. What's up, Perkins? How are you? Big fan of yours. Greedy Jim. Got a little greedy here with this under the gun raise. A little too on the nose, Jim. A little too on the nose this time.
Yeah.
Stan and P-Jim in bad shape. Just have to outlast Oslingen at the other table. It's a 2K pay jump in addition to missing the final table. Leo Star on the button. Ace 8.
You wish upon a Leo.
Difficult spot. Decides to get it all in. Does not run into it. Force fold. King 9, gonna put out a min raise. Stan. Ace 5, offsuit.
It's never easy.
Calling sucks. Folding sucks. Shoving and getting called sucks.
Yeah, it all sucks, Joe.
Caught Spartak, who was the shortest stack until Ostlingen got destroyed by the river. Zip Ahoy
Here we go.
is going after Spartak and the bounty. Spartak needs to hit a king or a jack. Hits the king! The offsuit king! OMG!
OMG indeed.
Man, oh man. Lol. River.
Man, lol, river.
And we're back to someone getting aces every hand.
Yeah. And no surprise it's shark mode on, because shark mode is turned on.
Griffin, we're going to break in 1 minute, and then you're going on a break. So save your moonfall story for later on if we have a slow final table.
Oh, that's so sweet that you would bring it back up again. I don't need to tell you about it. It's,
I really wanted to see moonfall.
Oh man, it was outrageous, the whole thing. Yeah, I'll tell you later.
Switching. I just can't believe that movies like that still get made. Like, I'm always more surprised when they're bad. I'm like, surely they wouldn't make a movie about the moon falling into the earth unless it was good. Turns out, no.
I mean, I'll tell you what. It was like a 10 out of 10 movie experience. Like, it was so much sorry, pardon me. Oh my God, that's how much fun it was. It was just because we were in the 40X seats, and it was like a late showing, and no one was in the
those
theater.
are fun.
So we're getting thrown around by this ridiculous moon movie. You know, it was a riot. It was a riot. I'm pretty hit or miss with those sort of like see a movie ironically things, but that was like the perfect setting.
Leo stars, ace high. It's gonna win a showdown.
Bit of a nothing burger pot, but might be a scenario where a bluff could be coming from Leo Duarte. Problem is king high could be good, and that's why we do see the check, and we are on break.
We are on break. Hand for hand did not end. We're still 5 players and 5 players waiting for one more elimination to get us to the final table. That shortest stack, Oslingen, is the player most in the danger zone.
Dad's coming home. Dad's coming home. Dad's coming home.
Dad is coming home. Let's bring Dad back into the booth. James, hello.
Thank you, Joseph. And yes, that was a session which saw Shark Mode on take the chip lead. 31.9 million for the player from Uruguay. The second biggest stack is 9 million, so a huge chip advantage. But yeah, all eyes also on Oslingen, former chip leader, who is very much in the danger zone right now. But however, there are a couple of other things I wanted to draw attention to that happened during that session. The first is that someone went to the effort of making a horror movie with the really bad pun title Velocipasta, only for Joe Stapleton to rebrand it Velocipriest.
It's not that much worse. Like, honestly, it's not that good of a pun to begin with.
Pastor Raptor is pretty good. It's the only reason the movie exists. You can't just turn it into Velocipriest.
He's not a pastor.
He's not a pastor.
Oh, he's not? Oh, okay. Well.
Forgive me if I never get around to watching this movie, by the way. I can't watch the stuff that I want to watch, let alone the random stuff that people upload to Amazon Prime. I'm pretty certain that platform has, like, no bar, by the way. If you have stuff you want to put on Amazon,
weird,
they will let you. It's like they've turned it into YouTube. The other thing is, Joe, you were about to talk about something, and then there were a flurry of really significant hands, not least the hand that gave Shark Mode on that ridiculous chip lead. You were talking about a comic book?
Yeah, so James, you hooked me up with this guy who works at our company who also moonlights as a comic book publisher, and they asked me if I had any ideas for comic books, and I pitched them a few, and they're like, we actually want to make this one, and it got funded, and I wrote it over the course of me and another guy named Neil Gibson, who's written many successful comic books, wrote it over the course of like the last year of the pandemic. And it's in the stage of now it's being drawn and it's being inked. I have some little things. We're going to release the first chunk of it soon with like a Kickstarter type of deal. But I wrote the summary, like the back of comic book summary recently, and I got pretty excited. I was pretty proud of it. And I was offered, do you guys want to hear it?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, here we go. Our not at all reluctant hero, Joe, is a television poker commentator desperate to get away from the game. Until he's fired, that is. Increasingly frustrated by poker's evolution and his inability to advance both on and off the table, Joe's lost his heart, along with his spade, his diamond, and his club. When faced with few other options, Stapes does what he does best. Launches headfirst into a stupid idea with some incredibly shady people. As a result, he's going to have to play poker like his life depends on it.
Nice.
Based on some of Joe Stapleton's real-life experiences as one of poker's most lovable hangers-on, Trapped is a high-stakes ride to the river about a joker who raises the stakes with an ace up his sleeve and goes all in on rediscovering his passion.
Dude, you're giving Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran a run for the money
That's
there with the words you've jammed into that last paragraph. So this comic book is about you. Your idea was basically your life.
I pitched a bunch of fake ideas, and then they were like trying to figure out which one of those they wanted to do. And I was like, well, here's my real life. And they're like, that's the story. There's a certain point where fiction takes over entirely, but it borrows on many of the experiences that I've had over the years, like being a poker consultant, like the few times in my life I've managed to wiggle my way into hanging out with some famous actresses, having slight romantic entanglements with people I have no business being around, that sort of and some Hollywood home games, of course.
Yeah, I think the only issue I take is with the use of the word lovable, which, under the Trade Restrictions
Yeah, we were
Act,
that's also my only note.
I'm pretty certain that we could take issue with that. Griffin, you have earned your break, so please take it as Joe and I return to the final 2 tables of this week's Sunday Million. That's right, 5 players remaining at each table. And with the next elimination, we will be down to the final table of 9. So let's check in on our chip leader, Shark Mode On. If ever a name was appropriate, it would be Shark Mode On after that last session.
Yeah, that really was art imitating life, or life imitating art. James, where did you go?
I'm here, buddy. Don't worry.
I get scared without you. Uh-oh. Oslingen announcing, calling a shot for all the chips, it looked like.
Yeah. And I guess Oslingen's going to be racing against 10-7. Wow. Unconventional race. Hearts are a factor. Oh, that's the flush for Shark Mode On. That is a KO. And hold on, there's still a hand in progress at the other table.
Oh, boy.
There is the prospect here of a double KO, which would leave us with an 8-handed final table. Deuce! Domination rotation. Stan survives. And so we are down to the final 9. We started the day with 65 players. 65 remaining, by the way, from a field, a not insignificant field, of 7,753, and now 9 remain, competing for a first prize tonight of $93,371 plus bounties, and it will be Shark Mode On, who comes into this FT as the monster chip leader. Let's get straight to the action.
Nine's good here. I was looking forward to the double KO. I like it when weird stuff happens. Final table of 8.
It also kind of feels quite apt and poetic that if it is an 8-max event that you would have an 8-handed final table, right?
Yeah, right. Gotta be feeling good about your 9s here, even though you're facing a bet from the chip leader. Pretty great turn card there also.
Yes, Rafaelson, they are indeed playing until the end tonight, playing down to a winner.
He'll start taking over the betting now.
As the blinds go up to 175,000, 350,000. And it's been a while since we've had this big a chip leader at this stage. Someone with a 3-1 advantage over the player in second place with 9 remaining.
That's
And
pretty
yes,
ridiculous.
Shark Mode On has won the most number of head prizes, and Shark Mode On, or rather the highest value head prizes, Shark Mode On has won 11k in bounties and is currently worth 5,600. Of course, can't be targeted at the moment as they have everyone else covered. But what's the payout right now? So we've got 6k, 9k, and you're talking about 11,000 already won by Shark Mode On.
Oh, baby.
Yes, Raphaelson, I will take you on an international tour of the final table in just a moment. We've got Stan all in here, though, with the Snowmen's.
Come on. I mean, you could potentially win 2 bounties here, right? Like, I don't think Leo Duarte's really going to fold.
No.
Turns out you're really behind, so good laydown. Let's see.
Ace on the
Let's
flop.
play results as we like to do.
An ace on the river, Barry Greenstein for overkill. And Leo Duarte doubles up through Stan, having won that race. So who have we got at the final table? We've got PGM85 playing from Luxembourg. 2 Brazilians at the final table, and they're both called Leo. Leo Duarte and Leo Star. Stan is representing Romania.
You're Romania.
Kot Spartak has an account registered to Mexico. Zip Ahoy is Norwegian. Greedy Im is playing from Belarus. Romeo is playing from Peru. And from the same continent, Shark Mode On is from Uruguay.
Uruguay. Shark Mode may decide to raise Jack 9 from fairly early position. Yes, indeedy.
You see, I don't think you should be allowed to have that as your PokerStars ID unless every time you make a significant move, like a big raise or an all-in, you type Shark Mode in chat, in capital letters, in that tone of voice. I know it's difficult to convey that tone of voice just using text, but I think people would infer that.
Could you
Shark Mode.
Could you do Shark Mode ... and then capitalize on?
Yeah.
Although you do run the risk of people when you lose a pot writing to you Shark Mode ... off.
Or Fish Mode.
Oh, Fish Mode. We're so trained to not ever use the word fish that I didn't
Even
that's
think
not
of
even
it.
like a yeah.
All I'm going to say is, for as long as you have such a dominant chip lead, no one has any right to troll you in the chat.
Or maybe they have all of the right because we're only supposed to punch up.
Well, this is second pair versus top pair. Kot Spartak with the advantage right now. Decides to move all in on the flop.
Ooh.
Gets
I was
called.
going to say, you can get called by worse here. I don't hate it.
And no ace, no 6. And Kot Spartak doubles up. A bit of a dent, but Shark Mode On still the dominant chip leader with 9 remaining.
James, we got Johnny Lamberton in the chat. You remember Johnny?
I know a lot of Johnnies. Which Johnny is this?
It's Johnny Lamberton.
Oh, Johnny and I make our own luck, don't we, Johnny?
So we've got an open from Romeo, defend by Shark Mode.
Yes, and this is still a domination situation. No 8, no diamonds.
Justice.
Indeed. 2 players with ace-9 here. Shark Mode On has ace-9 of spades. Zip Ahoy ace-9 of diamonds. Zip up your doodah, put it away.
Less offensive than the original song.
All in.
Uh-oh.
Shark mode on.
I see that's a 5 there. Is that 500 or 5,000 they're going to be worth?
500.
Yeah, all right. Not imperative for 500 bucks.
Remember, you have to type it in chat. In caps. Shark mode! And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Boom. Breaking news, by the way. Looks like Tonka's taken down the 5K for 169 grand. I think he could, you know, next time be bothered to stream it, right?
This is hard enough. Doing it with a partner. Doing it without having to make decisions. Just being able to comment on what you're seeing. Every time I'm like, every week I'm like, you know what, I'll do a stream this week. Even streaming video games, it's exhausting. It's really, really tiresome. It's like going back to the gym. I can understand why Tonka's having a hard time getting back into it. Like, why would you look? I don't know what his requirements are for streaming, right? Like, maybe he has to stream a certain number of days, but if I could win $169,000 or win $169,000 and also have to stream, I would just take the money.
Well, apparently Tonka is now so big time, he got Spraggy to stream it for him. His able assistant Spraggy was tasked with making it happen.
Oh, that's neat. I would do that.
I love that. Tonka's in the UK, no stream setup. He doesn't have a computer?
From what I understand, he's staying with Spraggy. I mean, these guys. If I was winning six-figure tournaments multiple times a year, I'd just be like, cool. I'm in the UK. Like, I'll just buy a computer. What do these people do with their money?
There's always another 5K starting.
Yeah, right.
Raz Prince says he and Spraggy are heading to the UK EPT tomorrow. Everyone's going to be there. I see the Squid advertising the fact that he's playing a few events. Spraggy's heading on down there. Tonka's in town. We're going to be down there on Wednesday.
That better be it for good players. I don't need all these good players showing up.
It's all about the table draw, Joe. It's all about the table draw.
I was just thinking about the last tournament I played at the Hippodrome.
When would that have been? 4, 5 years ago?
2018 at latest. Graphical Dave, the one-outer.
Oh, of course, of course. I've got a pretty good track record at the Hippodrome. I did consider playing the London Series this weekend, but I've just got too much going on right now. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Here's a first world problem for you then, Joe. My car lease comes up in November. And so I always know that you have to give a certain amount of lead time. So now is the time to start thinking about a vehicle. And the lead times right now on certain vehicles are like a year and a half. And it's a combination of a number of factors. Obviously, microchip shortages are a massive factor. Volkswagen Group, which owns so many car brands, including Audi, Seat, Skoda. VW Group have one of their major factories in Ukraine, which is barely open 2 days a week right now. So there's a lot of factors. Because of the shortage of new cars, the second-hand market is ridiculous, and you can now buy a car that's a year old with like maybe around 10,000 on the clock for more than the purchase price.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. We're going through something similar in the States, obviously, all of those problems, but also at Port of Los Angeles, there's something like thousands of shipping containers with cars on them that are just like waiting to be unloaded.
Ace 6 against Ace King, and what a way to flop a straight. Oh, but the king on the river means it's a chop pot, and Joe, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Especially Leo Star. Yeah, I've never seen a situation before where second-hand cars are appreciating rather than depreciating in value.
Yeah.
But the reality is because you can get them, and that therefore drives up the price.
I feel bad because I sort of promised my girlfriend we would get her a new car, like, for her birthday over a year ago, like the birthday before this one.
Right.
And it just hasn't really worked out, and it keeps getting worse and worse.
One of the few car manufacturers that I can see that has managed to avoid these backlogs is Tesla, where they are still able to ship a huge number of cars and are meeting targets. And the lead time for Teslas is actually not, in the grand scheme of things, not that bad. It's like 3 to 6 months for their most popular models now.
And I've floated that idea a couple times. We went solar in the house, right? So I'm like, electric car, it makes sense. But my girlfriend is really dislikes Elon Musk, and it's just like, I don't want to give his company any money.
I understand that. I want to stop using Twitter then. Kings all in. Ace 7 for sharp mode on, who isolates. And PGM set for a double up here. Oh, straight. The straight on the turn. Shark mode on indeed. And the knockout for PGM 85.
I mean,
Down
shark
to 8.
mode has really done some people dirty. And the great thing is you can do it without any embarrassment at all because it's a bounty. You just go, oh, it's a bounty turn. I was calling for the bounty. What can I say? It's not my fault they run out like that.
Well, Stan all in with queens. Sharp mode on, trying to do it again with 6s. Looking good for the queens, and that is going to be a double up for Stan.
Crazy Carl wants to know if shark mode is Umberto Brennan's. We don't know. We don't think so, but it does make sense.
I doubt it. 200, 400 the blinds now. If the account registered to Costa Rica rather than Uruguay, I'd be more suspicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack
Leo
10.
shoving on Leo.
Yeah, and Leo Duarte with the best hand, ace 9 in the small blind, is now the shortest stack, right? A certain amount of nothing to lose here. Now guaranteed the better part of $10,000. That's what 8th place pays. There it is.
Okay.
Calls all in. Leo versus Leo. 9 high flop. Oh, the straight on the turn again. A player gets done by a straight, and it's Leo Duarte KO'd by Leo Star. And Duarte cashing out in 8th place for just over 9.5 grand plus bounties. Leo pocketing about 6K in head prizes, taking us down to the final 7, and everyone now guaranteed a 5-figure score. Next player out, 13,673.
Leo Star, someone did mention this, was danger, danger, danger zone at one point. Super short.
Yeah.
Pretty
But
cool.
just to finish that conversation, Joe, I find
Yeah.
myself in an insidious situation where you're kind of being driven, if you'll forgive the pun, into buying or leasing the car that you can get rather
Right.
than the car you necessarily want. And whether you buy a car or whether you lease for 3 to 4 years, it's a relatively long-term commitment, and you don't want to end up with anything. So it's a hard one.
Yeah.
But as I said,
So-
first world problems, with everything going on in the world, I don't want to necessarily kind of
Of course.
make a
My
big deal out
dad,
of this.
when I was growing up, was real strict. Wasn't big on frills. Wasn't big on. Was big on, oh, you get the shoes you need, not the shoes you want. That kind of stuff.
Right.
But when it came to cars, he was like, "Look, your car, you're getting in it every day. I was so shocked. He's like, you should have the car that you want. Doesn't mean you get to have a Ferrari."
Yeah.
But have something that you like, something that you enjoy, something that you're happy to spend a lot of time in it. So I understand that, to just get, I heard you say Skoda you can't get, but just to get like a Subaru or something that's like, it doesn't excite you at all is, a little annoying. You got to spend 4 years with it.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? It's all kicking off.
I think it was a limp raise shove or re-raise shove.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the problem's compounded by the fact that I'm absolutely adamant that I'm going to go electric this time around, and that's obviously the hardest sector of the market
Pure
to get hold
electric
of right now.
or hybrid?
No, pure electric. Pure
Oh,
electric.
okay.
Yeah, the car I drive a VW at the moment, a T-Roc, which is like one of their small SUVs, and I would quite happily have kind of downscaled slightly to like the ID3, but that's the car with the 18-month wait time. It's just ridiculous.
James, I think I might have asked you this before, but so I've seen your house. I know where you live. Are you just going to run a cable from your car to your house at nighttime?
No. I mean, there are charging points on our road, which are actually because the electric supply is. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see what happens here. Nope. Obviously, the electric supply is going into the street lamps, so they've repurposed the street lamps to make them electric charging points.
So you don't even have to pay for that
well.
then?
Yes, you do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So I would have to either use those points, or we have various parking bays around our streets. Wouldn't necessarily be right outside our house, which are also electric charging points.
Shark mode, getting a little cute on the button with 5 high.
Yeah, Friendship is Tragic says, been looking at a Mocha E, James. I saw one on the street the other day. I thought, I quite like that design.
I guess this question from Hippie, if you have solar panels, is there enough sun in the UK for solar panels to be worth it?
There is if the sloping roof faces a certain direction, but mine doesn't.
This dude's name is Alkaline or human. Their name is Alkaline with a battery next to their name, and they're asking you how long it takes to charge an electric car. Come on. Get it together. Clean yourself up.
The answer to that is it depends, because, of course, the superchargers are going to be much quicker than the standards. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of research and see what is actually available and whether I actually want to drive any of them.
Yeah. I feel real bad for like I said, I told my girlfriend we would get her a new car, and I mean, she has duct tape on it. Like,
right.
She's just like,
yeah.
Granted, she doesn't go anywhere. She just works from home,
Well,
so it's not like she has to show up to work with the duct tape car. But it's still kind of funny.
Yeah, and that is kind of the other thing that I have to consider is, as we see, Zip Ahoy all in with Ace 4 suited here. I don't think we're going to see anyone call this. It's not a lot, but no one really has a hand they can call with. Hovering around the 10 big blind mark now. We are at the 200k, 400k blind level. We don't drive that much. We don't use the car that much. It's a luxury to have.
I was going to say, if you ended up not having a car for a little while, how much would that mess your life up?
Yeah, it would. I mean, even though we use it infrequently, when we do use it, we need it.
Like a lot of the time, I doubt this is getting called, but we do have the chip leader. It is a pretty big bounty. Okay. You know, I end up taking Ubers a lot of places anyway, even though I have a car.
Yes.
Because if there's even a chance alcohol will be involved, I'm just not driving. So when I go, most of the only times I go driving anywhere is if I have stand-up. And then there's usually alcohol involved, so if I didn't have a car, I could probably get away with it for a while. Ricardo's asking, how about the electric Volvos? My guess is that's one of the ones James is having a hard time getting his hands on right now.
So the model I looked at is the XC40 Recharge. I drove a Volvo in Finland up to Lapland, the XC90, which is one of the nicest vehicles I've ever driven. I mean, it was an absolutely awesome car. That's a little bit too big for the streets of London. The XC40 would be good. There is an 8 to 9 month wait for that one, so that's not out of the realms of possibility. Again, because I just would have to extend my current lease, which annoys me because you're then paying. They don't lower the payments, right? You end up continue paying a pretty high monthly rental payment for a car that's no longer in warranty and isn't really worth that amount.
We're sort of glossing over what's happening here since people are reluctant. You know, this is one of those Sunday millions right now where everyone is kind of in the danger zone.
Yeah.
But not the super danger zone. It's not just a waiting game.
Yeah. I mean, we're trying to keep our eyes out for any significant action, but okay, this is not insignificant. Stand with the best hand, but a nice move from Romeo that might just work.
Yeah, I don't see how this could not work.
Let's go, boys. Says, wish you would acknowledge YouTube chat as well. And to be fair, most weeks we do, and most weeks I'm across YouTube chat. Just not this week, because I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 windows open. And it would just be a 9th, and I think it would make my brain explode. But when producer Chris is back from holiday, and I can offload some of the responsibility onto him, then we'll make sure that YouTube gets some love as well.
Top pair here for the only remaining Leo. Trips now. Leo takes it down on the turn. Zip ahoy, the one we're all waiting for right now.
Yeah, with a sub 10 big blind stack. Has already won $10,000 in bounties.
That's so cool.
7th place paying nearly 14K, so we'll cash out for a strong amount. That's assuming Zip Ahoy does go out in 7th place. No guarantee of that, although money likely to go in here. Ace Queen and 5s for Kot Spartak. Snap folds.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Less tough here for Romeo.
You used to be my Romeo. Oh. Shark mode on, shark mode off.
Time for leader to go broke. Tough to do. Technically impossible
In a single hand.
for the chip leader to go broke. You cannot be the chip leader and go broke.
It is not impossible, though, that the chip leader would be the next player out.
That is another way of saying it. That does work. The current chip leader now, but they will not be the chip leader when they are eliminated.
It came up in conversation recently. Is it the... Which year was it? It was either 2006 or 2007 at the World Series of Poker, where Philip Helm had like the chip lead at the final table and like went out 9th. And I might be exaggerating it. Maybe he was second in chips and went out 7th. But Philip Helm had like a huge advantage at the final table and was like one of the first players out. And I can't remember if it was 06 or 07.
'06 was Jamie Gold.
And 07 was Jerry Yang, right?
I feel like Yang might have been 8.
No, 8 was Eastgate. 8 was the first year of the November 9.
Then 7 was Yang, yeah.
2007 says Cajun. They're called Cajun. I have to trust them.
All right, James. Ringen says, if you hit 100,000 points, you get Gio's car. Are you in?
Who is Geo and what do they drive?
How do you get points?
I have 137,500 points.
No. I didn't realize. You already had so many. How many? Oh, you mean channel points?
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. If you think about it, the stream's on the whole time that we're streaming because we've got the chat open. So I'm just accruing points the whole time, and I've never spent any. Yes, thank you. I was correct. Majuzu confirms. 2007, Philip Helm was chip leader going into the final table, and went out 9th. It was a pretty spectacular act of...
That's something I feel bad even for having brought up.
It's certainly the most famous example I can think of where the chip leader's gone from first to worst.
I mean, the 2 in Mulder rise and fall from Prague was not that dissimilar.
Yeah. Anyway, can someone please confirm what Geo drives? Because I want to know if it's worth me spending 100,000 points on.
I think they meant to say Joe's car.
Again, not a practical car to drive in London.
Not a good London car.
No.
I mean, I can't even imagine. How much do you think it would cost to get my car into the United Kingdom and then pay whatever insane road tax it would cost to drive a car with the wheel on the wrong side?
I don't think that road tax is the issue. The issue would be a combination of insurance and running costs, because it gets really bad gas mileage, I'd imagine.
James, it gets double-digit gas mileage, okay?
Yeah. Keep telling yourself that.
It gets like 11, 12 miles per gallon. I mean,
Fantastic.
Come on, what more do you want?
250,000, 500,000 are the blinds now, and we've got an ace-king versus ace-queen situation which could get fruity, although Zip Ahoy being that short does somewhat regulate the action, shall we say.
I'm so bad. I would just rip it in here with ace-queen suited. That's probably terrible. I was like, there's only one player I have to worry about having a hand. This sucks, but I think you got to call it off here. Ace-queen suited, you got him covered. You're already in for $1 million. Not happy about it.
Doesn't like it, but will they go along with it? And does at least have a decent amount of time bank to use to think this over. What's
Poker
the
Pro
bounty?
says
2387.
Ace Queen is a fold because cot is super tight. Yeah, I think there's a cot, you know, hasn't been wild, but I think you're just going to be flipping against so much. I don't think you'll be super far ahead very often. I think that's a good point. You're suited. And don't forget the one out of wow. Okay, correct. Sure.
So obviously, Joe, we know that energy prices are ridiculous at the moment. What is what we call petrol and you call gas right now in the United States? And I can do the conversion. So you do it by the gallon, we do it by the litre. Let's say, and I know this isn't exact, 4 litres per gallon. So how much is it per gallon right now?
I mean, where I live, it's $6.50 a gallon, which is probably close to what you usually pay.
Well, right now it is about £1.65 a litre around my parts for unleaded, and so it's £6.60 per gallon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's between $6 and $7 in Los Angeles. I have to put the premium in my car also, so whatever's the highest price at the pump is what I have to use. I always thought that the high gas prices in Europe, and no offense, was kind of good because it discourages people from driving as much. You know, there's lots of public transportation. There's trains. I always thought that us over here with the really cheap gas that we always had was kind of irresponsible, to be honest.
Yeah. So we've got Zip Ahoy all in with Queen 10. Kot Spartak has reshoved with Ace Queen. And Leo deciding whether to get involved with King Queen. Yeah, I mean, you put even 5 cents a gallon extra in tax on fuel for the last couple of decades, how much more money would you have to spend?
A lot. I mean, that's one of the reasons gas prices is so high in California is because we pay more in taxes per gallon than anywhere else because we fund a lot of things that way.
I'm sorry, but this doesn't even feel borderline to me. I'm surprised that Leo is taking so long.
I guess the only thing you have to consider is that there's 2 bounties, right?
Yeah, but I just think we've already established that Kot Spartak is not messing about. Is a relatively tight player. Reshoved pretty quickly after the initial jam from Zip Ahoy. I don't think you're ever ahead of Kot Spartak's range here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that you have to think about, right, is like how light would they do it because Zip Ahoy was so short. I think what we know of Kot Spartak is that probably not that light, but some players might be pretty light here. And just, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, you're going to get to see it either way.
Oh, domination rotation in Zip Ahoy's favor, and that's a double up. And now pretty much tied with Kot Spartak. In fact, Greedy Im, Zip Ahoy, and Kot Spartak are all tied.
And because that Zip Ahoy bounty is so big, some players may have isolated with a little bit lighter than that. Oh, Leo would have flopped a straight. I didn't even notice that. Whoops.
I think Leo's going to get the money now, though. Zip Ahoy all in with King Queen. Leo with Ace King. And an Ace High flop.
10.
And that'll do it for Zip Ahoy. The Queen is too little too late. That is a KO. Bounty claimed by Leo Star, 1-2-1. Zip Ahoy cashing out for $13,673 plus 10K in bounties. We are now down to 6, and the next player out is guaranteed nearly $20,000.
My car is still at Maria's house, by the way.
You still haven't picked it up?
No. We were supposed to hang out on Thursday, and she canceled. And I was like, well, at this point, can I leave it there until I get back from England? And she said, yeah, she lives pretty close to the airport, so I'm going to go over there and hang out when I get back on Monday and then drive it home.
Jacks all in. Average stack right now is just over 12 million. Blinds 250,000, 500,000. This is kind of
No, it's
shallow.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I had to look to check I was reading these numbers correctly, but
Like, even the 2 chip leaders aren't in amazing shape.
yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And shark mode on, by the way, does not have that advantage they once had, because now Leo Star is also up over 20 million.
Look at this. Look at this raise from shark mode with the best hand.
I mean, well done. Shark mode was switched on. Shark mode on.
And that is the player you want to take chips from.
Yes, absolutely. And now, set to do battle again. Leo Star opening with a 7, flattered by sharp mode with 9s.
So the flat makes sense, right? Under the gun raise. Oh, baby, so many sets today.
Ooh, spade draw on the turn for Leo Star.
Is your Spady sense tingling, James?
No.
Yeah, people, I said flushes are out. Bet your sets, kids. Thank you, whoever said that. Your name's too green. I can't read it. Immortalized?
$1.5 million from Leo Star. Stick it in his eye, sharp mode. You know what to do. Type out your bet amount, and then in the chat, shark mode on. 5 million. There we go.
Brick.
Blanky McBlankson.
I mean, it's not exactly a blank, right? Like some
No.
hands approved, but not the obvious ones, right? Clubs, spades. You really don't expect your opponent is going to be sticking around with Queen 10 all that often with this sort of action, unless it's Queen 10 of spades or clubs.
$6.3 million from Shark Mode on. This pot will give Shark Mode that huge advantage once again, up to nearly 34 million. And now with better than a 2-1 lead over Leo Star 121, who sits in second place on the leaderboard. Button raise from A6 is going to meet some resistance, though, from 10s.
But still has to play super cautiously. Like, you just...
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can do. King 10 might even decide to do something here against the button raise from shark mode.
Interesting.
I mean, ICM notwithstanding, right? Like, just for chips, you know what the play is here.
Oh. Leo Star folds the 10s.
Yeah.
All right, well, now we've got 5s, 9s, 8s, 7s. Something has to happen here. 7s all in. Greedy Im shoving for the last 11 big blinds. Romeo with 9s on the button. I'm guessing Stan could get away from this, assuming that Romeo does reshove here.
Aladieri says he folded 10s, lol, but this is why you fold 10s in that spot.
Well, this is a domination situation, and 9s are holding. 9s are good. KO! The inconsequential Greenstein seals the deal for Romeo, and Greedy Im cashes out in 6th place. $19,000 plus 4K in bounties. We are down to 5. That's right, Kot Spartak. 5 remain.
Raphael, we see your question. We don't have an answer for you. We can't ever answer if something is ever coming back. No immediate plans. Who knows what the future holds? We're just barely getting up and running again on the EPT.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie to you. I think there's very little chance in the near future, Rafaelson, but you know, long term, I don't know. Well, pair of 6s for Romeo on the
Not
turn.
the best hand.
No, top pair and the spade draw. Leo Star loving this. Always coming 7 though. And Leo Star has to decide whether to try and get value on the river or just check this back, get to showdown.
Seems like a pretty clear-cut value bet spot.
Romeo would need to hero here and doesn't. As the blinds go up, 300,000, 600,000 now.
This is on you. This is your fault, gang.
Indeed.
Everybody playing super cautiously. But if we could go back to Leo Star folding the 10s.
Yes.
Tight, right? A little tight. But how much did we ladder up from 6th to 5th place? Almost 10K? $8,000?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, if you're playing for chips, it's a pretty easy shove there, I think. Especially with the dynamic chip leader raising button, the chip leader being re-raised from the small blind. Like, you know, the ranges are not going to be super, super tight in that case. But, bang, you just outlast one more player, $8,000.
The Grafton versus Queen 10. And Queen High is still the best hand on an ace-7 deuce flop. Medusa, you just answered your own question. Thank you for your question.
James wouldn't even give you the yes.
If you yes yourself, you don't need a yes from me, right?
Everybody just wants to hear their name read. I do it. I do it on Spraggy's stream. I'll show up in there and make sure Spraggy sees me, and I'll wait 5 minutes for him to say what's up, and then I log out.
Shark mode on.
And again, we might see a little aggression come from Romeo. Just call.
Yeah. And again, this weird situation where two players have fewer than 10 bigs. Stan on 4.4 million, Kot Spartak on 4.1 million. And now we get to the point, regardless of whether this is a PKO or not, where the payouts and the money jumps are so significant that you can't now start taking unnecessary risks chasing head prizes. Now you are constricted somewhat by ICM considerations. Snowmen's.
Folds around to Romeo. Hey, maybe that's a suggestion for what kind of car you should drive, James. Maybe it's a Romeo.
I used to drive an Alfa Romeo. It was fantastic for the first 3 years, and as soon as it went out of warranty, everything under the sun started going wrong with it. Especially the air conditioning.
Ooh.
It was a beautifully designed car, and it was nice to drive, but not the finest engineering and not the most practical.
That's for aces, not triangle. There it is. There's the real triangle.
Yeah, after the Alpha, I wanted to drive something really practical, so I drove a Saab, which was functional.
Rest in peace, Saab.
Yeah. Snowman's.
It's been a while since we've had
Oh,
a final.
cold.
Oh. And it's flipping.
Yep, and wins another flip, and Stan survives again, and now all eyes on Kot Spartak.
Shark mode got bored, I guess. $3,500 bounty, and you end up flipping, so I don't think it's that bad, but it's a little surprising given that we've seen no action for so long.
Yeah.
Didn't Spartak make a deep run in last week's Sunday Million too? I don't know if that's a... I don't remember that, but maybe.
Great line from Red Elite about Alfa Romeo. They're the cars of the two pleasures, the pleasure of buying and the pleasure of getting rid of it.
Stan wins another small pot. Leo with a very strong hand for this stage. Probably going to be pretty happy to, let's see, 600, 20, it's a decent amount of big blinds. for maybe trouble for Romeo. You just give up at this point, right? You bet the 4 one time, and then you're like, all right, I'm good. Cool, cool, cool. Flexi does not like the flat there. Yeah, I was leaning toward a re-raise of some sort also. Maybe too many big blinds to just get it in, but how can you... I don't know what amount you can 3-bet either when you have like 22 big blinds to start the hand. And From's not giving this up. $10 million in the middle. Leo Star with just about that amount in the stack.
Yeah.
Romeo, go for it again. The triple barrel.
We'll have to go all in to win this pot.
Like, if you're up against hearts, you win. Well, not necessarily, I guess. You can have, like, you know, hearts without a pair. Free showdown for 2 9s.
And that hand, I believe, is going to take us to the break. So during that session, we finally got down to the final table. And since then, we have seen 4 eliminations, 5 players remaining in this special KO Week edition of the Sunday Million. Shark mode on, Leo Star 121 are the 2 big stacks right now, 26 million, 22 million respectively. Kot Spartak, the shorty, with 2.8 million. A 5-minute break, and then we'll return to the action and watch this tournament play down to a winner. Let's get Griffin Benja back into the mix. Griffin, what do you know about cars?
Cars, not much. I'm more of a cards guy myself. But why, you guys been talking about cars without me?
We have been talking about it. It's been kind of our sidetrack conversation of the last hour. But
wait, Griffin, do you have a driver's license at all?
Let's not get into this. There's what?
Yeah.
How many people? There's 2,000 people. Nobody needs to know whether I do or don't have a driver's license at almost 37 years old. We don't need to talk about this.
I think it's awesome, though, if you're able to live somewhere and able to have a life and not feel kind of constrained without having to use a car. I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where eventually it got to the point I was so used to it. But it's funny that you bring it up because I am actually in the process. I actually have a driver's test tomorrow at noon that I feel woefully underprepared for. Yeah,
a road test or a written test?
It's actually not a proper road test. I've done the written test already. I passed that. The process in Montreal takes about 13 months, the whole thing. It's like there's all these different steps. You got to do all these in-car stuff. So tomorrow is my 10th in-car, which is I think it's like a faux test. It's like they're pretending that they're kind of thing to like see how you would do on the real test. And I haven't been in a car in a couple of months. So I'm going to call my buddy, see if he can drive me. Like I can drive around in his car for a little bit before maybe and try to get ready for it. But I should get it eventually.
Well, sending good vibes in Griffin's way. Good luck, Griffin, on the test tomorrow. What a bizarre thing that we suddenly stumbled on, that this huge, potentially life-changing event is taking place tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been quite nervous about it. I've actually been really looking forward to this week in general. I got to hang out with you guys today. It's a really big sports week, which is really important to me. The Masters of the weekend, MLB is starting on this weekend. It's the fantasy hockey playoffs. So it's just been like this really exciting week. But this is the one moment, this half an hour fake test tomorrow that I've been dreading. So hopefully I can do my best. And you know, if you're friendly with the guy, you get a good rapport, it usually gives you a bit of a break. But I feel like he did that for me last time, so I'm going to have to man up, as they say.
Just to talk about the poker, Griffin, and Joe and I referenced a short while ago that, again, the average stack is pretty shallow. We were close to 20 bigs during that last session. I think now we're around 25 bigs. But even so, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, these PKO editions of the Sunday Million normally play closer to a 40 big blind average. Why is this so shallow?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to pinpoint. I will say that we have been seeing some pretty tight plays here and there, and that's maybe created situations where the blinds have sort of caught up to everyone. Situations we thought normally would be standard shoves, a couple of big kings and decent aces in late position that's just been open folded. I do want to point out, though, just catching that last hand before the break, really impressive work from Leo Star there, which I think could end up being a big turning point at the final table. In order to hang on there, call that big bet, creating that pot size bet left on the river on the ace jack 10. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out now that the confidence of playing that so stubbornly paying off.
Yeah, and obviously Stan's done a good job of doubling up and just staying head above water. Kot Spartak now very much in the danger zone, and everyone again just waiting for Kot Spartak to go out next, as it were, which means everyone else will ladder up. It looks like action's about to get restarted at the final table. So, Joe, 30 minutes, buddy. Enjoy yourself. Maybe do a little bit of cranking, see if we can get this towards its conclusion.
I need it. We need it.
Fantastic. And Griffin and I will watch the action at the final table of this week's Sunday Million, as we just referenced, down to the final 5. And, Kot Spartak has it all to do. Sharp mode on, still the chip leader. Leo Star not that far behind. Meow hovering around the 18 million mark, and Stan around 8 million. And we are going to resume the action with the blinds at 300,000, 600,000.
Yeah, and there's going to be some opportunities to put a lot of pressure on Stan. It would just be such a disaster to finish 5th in this situation with just these 12 big blinds. As we see, the 5 big blinds are going in from Kot Spartak. I think we can expect, a reshove here from Leo Star. I think it's a good opportunity to, acquire that 2387 bounty, but it's not easy to put in 5 big blinds, even with 10-9 with a guy 12 big blinds behind. You don't want to end up becoming the person that's 4th in chips.
Ooh. 10-9 against ace-8. Kot Spartak at risk. So far, scratch that. 9 on the river, and Kot Spartak is out. We said they were in the danger zone. They said all eyes were on Kot Spartak, and sure enough, first hand back from break, out in 5th place, cashing for $27,000 plus 4,600 in bounties. Down to 4 now, Griffin. Everyone guaranteed 38.5 grand.
Yeah, and not much to lose now for Stan. Got to find a way. And now it just sort of, it turns into Romeo's problem. Make sure you don't bust in 4th place here. This will be pretty interesting, actually, because Stan, with this open, this is so weird. Stan might be inclined to shove this with a bit of fold equity with the Queen 10 suited, but does find a fold. If Leo Star had just folded this under the gun, I think Stan would have been our 4th place finisher with those kings for shark mode.
So 1.2.
Certainly a 3-bet coming in. Question is it going to be around 3-8, around 4-5? 4-5 it is.
And 3s for Meow, quickly folded. 7-5 of diamonds, Leo Star.
Get out of Dodge. You don't, it's not the situation to start peeling with speculative hands, position or otherwise.
Yeah.
With those shorter stacks, difference in prize money being so significant. 4th, 38,000. 2nd, 93,000.
A6 versus 6-4, blind v blind. And a great little conversation going on here at Griffin. Yaros says, regarding cars and sun in the UK, we were talking about both earlier on, the UK is a country with surprisingly high number of convertibles, considering they are only 3 sunny days a year. To which Friendship is Tragic responds, it's because the UK has a very high number of delusional middle-aged men. Spot on analysis from both.
And that's coming straight from the source, guys.
I mean, I would never, ever even think about buying a convertible. So threes open, Jack 10 calls, and it is a Jack high flop. The two big stacks going to battle, but I can't imagine Sharp Mode's going to lose too much here.
No, I mean, we might see a small bet on the flop. You want to protect against hands like that might fold, like king, queen off, no heart, things like that. So that's really the intention, I think, here, betting this 30% bet. You hate the flop, but you also, you know, there are some hands you can fold out that you're folding out equity. Certainly not Jack 10, though.
Bluff shove the river with threes.
I mean, this does open up the door for Shark Mode. Certainly has to recognize that Leo Star would play this with some heart combos for sure, with a heart in the hand, but also a hand like King Jack that might be able to fold on the river without the heart, but doesn't decide to do it. And so that's probably the best way. You don't really need to tangle too much with the other chip leader here. You're trying to get those other two out.
Yeah. And worth highlighting that Leo now has the slight chip advantage. Leo is officially #1 on the leaderboard and also has the single biggest bounty right now, $6,644. The red target for Leo. King 9 versus King 8, and it's the strawberries for Shark Mode.
Yeah, but a not insignificant piece for Romeo in that gut shot and backdoor spades. And the King 9 high is ahead. You can see by the percentages, so interesting, isn't it? As now certainly some potential for you-know-what. You never want to jinx it, James, but
no.
If the river is not an 8 or a 9, or if someone folds.
Yeah, folding is an option. Barry Greenstein. So if this does go to showdown, it will be a chop pot, but there is no guarantee that Sharp Mode will let that happen.
Well, especially, it's not even necessarily about Shark Mode now, James. If Shark Mode elects to give up, I don't think that Romeo would be so inclined to check here. You have the sort of the bottom of your range with King High. You're not beating a Jack or a Queen that might fold. I mean, as played, Romeo certainly could have something like Ace 10, Ace King, and that's why we do see that 2 million chip bet. It doesn't even need to be that big, because it's such a believable situation to have, you know, certainly something better than a Jack. So I don't think we're going to be singing our tune this time.
Disappointing. And the blinds are up, 350,000, 700,000. Stan with fewer than 10 big blinds.
And with that significant pot won by Romeo, we can see now further pulling away from the short stack that is Stan.
And Shark Mode, Romeo and Leo Star very close together now. The open from Sharp Mode with Queen 10. Stan with King 10 in the big blind.
Yeah, don't expect a fold here from Stan. Either a shove or call, just do fine. Might reckon the King 10 is actually slightly ahead of Shark Mode's range here, so happy to put that in. Also, like we spoke about, not much to lose, and we are off to the races.
We are indeed, and King High's going to hold. That is yet another double up for Stan, and now Shark Mode drops down into 3rd place.
Yeah, shark mode. Gonna have to be a little careful here. Been in such an advantageous situation for much of the tables we've had shark mode featured, but now gonna have to play a little more cautious. We see the limp in here, not taking aggressive action now that you're flirting with near Stan's stack size.
Yeah.
Does induce the bet, and I don't really blame Romeo here. Kind of hand that you might just expect can bet and take it down here, checking back on the 10-6, checking back pre-flop, and you do have some backdoor flush situations, but the ace should slow down Romeo. It's kind of hard to tell a story on the ace turn when you check back pre-flop. You know, you'd even check back at 10 a lot of the time on the turn, so.
Okay, so Shark Mode back up over 20 million and back into 2nd place on the leaderboard. As we've said a couple of times now, very close between these 3 players who are all bunched together on this side of the table and also bunched together in terms of stack size. Stan did get that double up, but is still the shortest, hovering around 12 million right now at the 350, 700 blind level.
Yeah, and on about 25 big blinds. Little. Oh, yeah, actually, you know, of course, for ICM, this would make sense to just call for the pocket 8s. Normally, I think you're happy to shove that in on a button open, but you really don't want to get coolered here.
Yes.
But now, I mean, Leo Star with an opportunity to just shove this in. I mean, if you expect, yeah, and does do it. If you expect shark mode on to be opening quite wide and then, you know, Romeo never to be trapping, this becomes a very profitable shove with King Jack suited. And I think very, very difficult for, even if Romeo thinks that they have the best hand, to find a call there. So very nice spot recognition there from Leo Star to increase the chip lead.
Leo, you're a star.
I'm telling you, Leo, you're a star. You just got to get out there, man.
Leo, I'm going to make you a star. Got my connections in the working men's clubs. Jack 6 versus Queen 10. It's top pair
And
versus second pair.
Here we go.
And I should mention as well, it's the flush draw for Leo. In addition to having second pair.
In addition.
Is 50-50. Literally a flip.
Wow. That is Seth Rogen, Joseph Gordon-Levitt stuff.
1.26. The bet from Stan, called by Leo, and now the ace of diamonds on the turn. Stan becomes better than a 2-1 favorite.
But I bet you they can't stand that turn card. You don't feel as comfortable enough now to just shove it in on the ace. You're worried your opponent can have something like ace X. You know, a hand like ace jack would check all this flop and hit at the turn. So Stan, instead of trying to find a way to get all the money in, might decide to just check and make a decision on the river. But that river is another queen.
Lovely. And is there any chance that Stan gets a bet paid off by a 6?
There is a chance, simply because, you know, Stan is repping pretty thin. Just a queen is the line that this would be taken. You know, listen, Leo Star has been playing with this person, you know, all day here. Gonna have a pretty good idea of what Leo Star is gonna show up with, and the fact that, you know, pardon me, what Stan's going to show up. The fact that Leo Star actually took the line of not check shoving that flop for what, just about 15 big blinds effective, I think maybe even goes to show that would know that Stan isn't the type to bet light on the flop and, you know, make some hero shove on the river there. Just going to have a queen a lot and just gets out of there.
Pocket threes, all you can eat. And this is an interesting dynamic. Assuming Leo Star folds here, Griffin. Stan now playing 17.7, tied with Romeo and just behind Shark Mode, who isn't that far behind Leo Star. It's all got very bunched together now.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone's game at this stage. I mean, you even look at Leo Star's stack, not that far ahead of any of the three opponents.
Jack high still ahead. Philippe writes, go Leo Star. Do it for Brazil. Vamu. Shark mode on.
And that's that lead on the turn after check calling. Works so effectively.
And here comes Stan with Kojak. Likes to be raise and take it. And suddenly, Romeo is the player in 4th place. King Jack of clubs raising small to big. Fold. I'm going to say, Griffin, that Joe's cranking is not really achieving.
Not what it used to be. Not what it used to be.
What was expected. I mean, okay, we came back from break. We had that first elimination, but that was before he'd had any chance to get his hand around it. So he can't take credit for that one. Maybe the cooler machine needs some servicing. It has been working very hard recently. We've had a lot of Monday night streams, Sunday Million Anniversary, EPT Prague. Yes, Jess, if the cooler machine overheats, it's just too much irony. Nobody has a heart, so the pair of 8 still playing for shark mode. In shark mode, back with the chip lead now.
And with a pretty big hand. Ace King in the small blind.
$2.1. Alakine, they could do a deal if they wanted. They are allowed to chop the prize pool. Obviously, bounties are bounties. You can't touch those. But the advertised payouts, they could absolutely do a deal for the final 4 payouts. I'm not saying they should or they will, but they could.
Can be so difficult to play here with something like Ace King. You know, that board does favor the big blind flatting range, a lot of 10x kind of hands, some 8x kind of hands that will call that 3x. And when you check, you feel like you're kind of turning your hand a bit face up, so you kind of just have to hold on. That jack is, you know, also not super ideal. I mean, it has improved your draw to... And yeah, it was a bit of a sizing issue, I think, there for Romeo, just betting so small on the turn, and now the stone nuts and shark mode's got to find a check. And this, you know, I mean, look, if Romeo wants to get shark mode on off of something like ace 10, king 10, ace jack, even ace queen, throw out a big bet there and see if you can work. Rep a 9, but he doesn't have a 9.
Responds with the all-in and the sheepish fold from Romeo, who is now playing a sub-10 big blind stack. Is the shorty with 4 players remaining. Sharp mode back in the driver's seat, back up over 30 million. And a pair of aces versus a pair of 7s. So again, I appreciate that when we do get questions about the payouts, especially about the proximity of first to second, there will always be some people who are asking genuinely because they've never seen a progressive knockout final table before. As we see Leo Star improve to 2 pair on the turn. The final bounty will determine the difference between first and second, and it will be a sizable difference. If you want to calculate what that final bounty will be, you take the numbers you'll see displayed. So let's say, for example, Stan and Leo Star were heads up right now. 3,400 plus 6,600, add them together, multiply by 2. That is the value of the final bounty. So basically, 20 grand. But that was just for illustrative purposes. I want to make it clear the final bounty won't necessarily be 20 grand.
What does Stan do here if, you know,
I mean,
Leo Star shoves? It is so tough with a stack of just 6 million over there.
Yeah, and Stan was in this position for so long, Griffin, where Stan was the player who was the short stack, and now Stan's the player who's kind of being bullied because there's another player who's now shorter than Stan was.
Yeah, it's just difficult, you know, breaking down the kind of hands that would decide to check shove on the turn here. Representing, you know, a huge portion of Leo Star's stack. I mean, if Leo stack, you know, I don't think Leo would just do this with any ragged ace.
Yeah.
With the short stack of Romeo. So I'm sure that's going through the mind of Stan, and why Stan is considering making an incredibly tight fold. Certainly some combo draw considerations.
Oh, this is where I convince myself that I'm up against 6-5 of hearts and snap call.
Yeah.
But Stan giving this serious thought.
Certainly one of the biggest hands of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
The swing of this situation. What do you even put your opponent on? Ace 4? 4-7?
Folds it. As the blinds
Wow.
go up to 400,000, 800,000. Pressure on Romeo, who's got ace 10 on the button here. And it's shark mode on, opening with ace 8. A domination situation.
But a really great spot for Romeo, you know, expecting shark to open so wide and then finding them call with ace 8. It's kind of the dream spot. Just got to dodge an 8.
Date with an 8, 2 8s. And that'll do it for Romeo. KO'd by shark mode on, who's up to nearly 40 million. Now has an 8K bounty as we go 3-way at the final table of this special KO Week edition of the Sunday Million.
And that's why you make a big fold like that with King Ace Queen. You know, there's going to be a clash with the short stack coming up in the next however many hands, not very many, and it happened right away. And you see the pay jump difference between fourth and third place alone. You know, almost $20,000. So that's what we do.
It's how we roll. Jack on the turn. And now shark mode with the advantage. I mean, Stan is the man who will not die. Stan has had so many double ups. But Stan is the short stack right now with 11 big blinds. So what are we now
Over
looking at?
40 million.
$54,692 for the next player out, and then 93K plus that final.
And there's the
bounty in
pressure you can
Yep.
put on that second stack. Just taking that queen 6, and even though Leo Star probably understands this is probably nonsense, you don't really have a defense unless you're willing to stuff in an ace deuce off, and you just can't. Not when there is an absolutely monstrous difference between, you know, just insane between third and second. 40,000 effective
Yes.
US dollars.
Monster, monster. 44 million now for sharp mode. Getting close to that 2-to-1 advantage over the second biggest stack. Opening on the button with ace 5. We've got ace 9 for Leo Star in the small. Ace 6 for Stan in the big. Are we going to go 3-way to the pot, to the flop here? Are we going to have a family pot?
I think Stan should probably just shove. I mean, you hate it when you have ace 6 here, but you're probably going to fold out one of them, and the other's probably going to call with something you're live against. Of course, we see that's not the case this time, as, wow, a big fold from Stan. Maybe hoping for some sort of collision between these two.
And we've got a disco. Shark mode on.
Play the graphic, James. Okay, I'll do it for everyone. It's my disco dance.
Yeah, that was terrible. Please don't ever do that again.
Disco dance.
Are you done?
I'm done, yeah.
Thank you. And At least shark mode is back on, as in back online. And the 9's playing, right? This is Leo Star's pot.
That's Leo Star's pot.
It's Leo Star's pot. Bets 1.9. And gets a call, the hero call, which is wrong. Griffin, it's getting late on this side of the Atlantic. So if you don't mind, I'm going to love you and leave you. But I'm not going to abandon you completely. I'm going to...
Don't bring back the other guy.
I'm going to put the other guy in command, and I'm sure he'll be very excited to come in at the point where we've got top pair against a set. So it's over to Griffin and Joe. Out of here.
You know,
he might not be the only one who's out of here, Griffin. We got a real pop brewing here. We got top pair and a straight draw now.
It's a big pot, Joe, but I'm not gonna lie. When he said he was getting late, he needed to go, I was kind of hoping that I'd get the top box, you know.
Oh.
I don't. It's okay. I don't want, you don't. It's too complicated.
It's the only time in my life I've ever gotten top box.
Yeah.
So.
Pretty significant pot here, like you said. A great opportunity for Leo Star. Depending on how greedy they get, it's tough not to want to bet super big here because you're up against a king so often. You are up against hands like, 6-7, 6-8 sometimes. Maybe 5x of hearts that might find a fold pretty comfortably on the river, but a lot of the time it is going to be that king. And going for very, very big value, and shark mode is going to be thrown in the hurt locker here.
You suspect, Leo Star. You suspect. I do not know how one folds top pair here, other than if you're playing some sacred poker.
I told you were going to be a star, Leo.
We're just going to protect this chip lead is the only reason I can think.
I'm going to make you a star, Leo. We're going to get you. We're going to get you on the Titanic.
Shark mode is truly on if he folds, says Mr. Victor Vlad. You can absolutely understand how long it might take to make this decision. And a time bank is really ticking away here. Not that there's much tournament left you'll need it for. It's just such a polarizing bet. You're not really worried about, I guess king, queen is something you have to worry about?
Well, you did say that the most disguised hand in poker is a set.
The sets, sure. And does lay it down. Not the sort of carnage we're looking for, but a heck of a laydown with top pair. And it barely protects the chip lead.
I've found it pretty impressive, some of the folds that we've seen over the course of the day.
Shark mode continues. Got a first-time ever chat from Mafioso. This is great fold from Shark.
All in and call. A lot of outs for Stan. And that's going to be a chop.
And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ding, 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 ding.
So, Griffin,
Yo.
it's 3 o'clock here. It's
Yeah.
3 o'clock here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, 6 o'clock here.
I got
11 o'clock.
I got a trip
James.
tonight. I got pounds at the bank waiting for me. The bank closes at 5. Now, the bank is only a 2-minute drive from here. 2-minute drive. But I need this thing to wrap up in like the next hour and 40 minutes. Do you think that's going to happen?
I mean, like, it better. Like 100 times, yes. Like, I mean, they're playing pretty shallow. You know, there's usually at the table, you know, at one of these streams, there's often like kind of a wild, you know, a wild card, loose cannon, a guy spicing things up. That's not necessarily the case. It's been really solid poker. So even with the shallow-ish play, we're not seeing a great deal of big-time action, big bluffs, big calls. We've seen some cool hands, though. Saw that big fold from Shark Mode on.
And Leo getting a little creative here with Queen High.
Yeah,
2-minute drive, why not walk, lull, with 2 lulls in there? I don't know, maybe because I'm worried about getting there in time. You banned. Thank you for your comment. That wouldn't be very, very smart, would it, Griffin, if it was like 5 minutes to closing time and I decided to walk instead of drive?
No, it wouldn't be. I thought about it.
Not a good idea, right? Action on. We didn't talk about Bruce Lee here, did we?
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, if we're not done, let's say by 4 o'clock your time, why don't you just peel on out of here and I'll take the rinds.
You're just gonna. It was you in my empty chair.
Yeah. Don't you have like a cardboard cutout version of yourself? You can just like put it in the chair. You must have a cardboard cutout version of yourself.
I do, but people can tell it's not me when I don't say anything dumb for more than 30 seconds.
That's true.
King Queen suited Queen for Leo Star.
Quing. Here we go. Now, in no world should ace-3 off beat king-queen suited. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So far as not.
It's just the way things...
Oh!
What?
Barry Greenstein. Stan and deliver. Double up for Stan 09319.
Damn you, Barry.
Good job, Griffin.
Damn you.
That was your fault.
That's your Barry spirit. Sneak into our stream.
Commentator's curse. 2 hearts on this flop for Leo. Gut shot for Stan. Ace high is the best hand.
Tell you what, Leo Star doesn't want to hit a jack.
Oh boy, there's the shove. That's going to pick up this pot, I think. Man, I would kind of like to see ace high call here. That would be pretty sick. Nope.
Nope.
Blinds are up. You want to play? It's 1 million chips minimum.
All in. Queen 9 off.
Griffin, what's your take on the movie Major League? I know you're a big baseball fan. Do you watch Major League every year?
No. It
Not
wasn't
like-
part of my my cycle of sports movies. My sports movies were The Mighty Ducks, Sandlot,
Okay, sure. that
A
was on
League of
mine.
Their Own.
Yep. Who's Lou?
And I only recently, I feel like I only saw Major League recently, like in the last 5 years or something. And I'd never seen Miracle, which
Oh,
I finally
boy.
watched. As the diamond turns. As the diamond turns.
Ace high winning. Also has a gut shot. Diamonds versus diamonds. Leo Stars fired 2 streets. Fires pretty big here again. Excuse me, this is the 2nd street. Miracle on Ice is wonderful. It's a delight.
I think it's just called Miracle.
Okay, the original title was Miracle on Ice, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, Miracle referencing the Miracle on Ice. Ace High is going to win at Showdown. Are we going to get a third barrel from a Leo Star with 10 high?
But yeah, I would say those are still my favorites, and Moneyball is one of my favorites now too. Oh, Field of Dreams. I grew up on Field of Dreams as well.
Field of Dreams is pretty awesome. Someone in the chat earlier asked if James had ever seen me cry, and I think he has. But if we'd watch Field of Dreams together, he'd have seen me cry a lot. There it is!
Boom!
The final barrel gets Ace High to fold, and Leo Star is a star. 47 million chips.
That's how we do. That's how we do.
And Shark Mode getting shoved on.
Rookie of the Year. Angels in the outfield.
Henry Rowan Gardner. I'm sad that Major League isn't amongst your favorites.
I'll give it a rewatch this summer. I'm so into baseball right now. It's crazy.
Major League 2 is somehow, I think, just as good as Major League, even though it went from an R-rated, like, adult swearing movie to a PG, family-friendly movie. I think the second one is also really solid. Queen suited for our former chip leader.
King Queen of Spades is so beautiful.
The third one is very bad. 10 Little Indians, I agree. Weird that someone named 10 Little Indians is answering a question about Major League, which is about the Cleveland Indians.
They're called the Guardians now.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, they changed it.
Oh, cool. They finally ditched that name. That's awesome.
Yeah, they did.
2 ace high. Stan
Boom.
finally does not survive an all-in. Well played, Stan. Domination situation runs out in the favor of the better hand. Out in third place for Stan. Not bad. $54,000 plus $6K in bounties. So that is a pretty nice $60K payday. We're now heads up. First and second place pay more or less the same thing. And guess what? These two have more or less the same bounty.
And here we go.
Heads up.
Big
poker.
edge, though, for Leo Star.
Yeah, Leo Star should be able to. Well, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything.
Oh, you know what movie I watched 2 nights ago? Which, if you haven't already seen, I think you would really dig.
Mm-hmm.
Cop Shop.
Oh, I don't know Cop Shop.
Cop Shop is a new movie starring Gerard Butler, who I'm usually a bit cautious of with his stuff. I've never seen those
Hit or
Fallen
miss.
movies, very hit or miss. Yeah. But I heard a lot of good buzz about it. That it was like a fun, like sort of. Oh wow!
Leo
Here we go.
Star
King 8 to
shoves
ace 9.
into ace 9, and it comes
Is this
ace
gonna
9.
be it? Not it.
Not it. Double up shark mode. All important double up.
So it's an hour and 30. It's like 100 minutes or something, or 90 minutes, 95 minutes, 100 minutes, and it's Joe Carnahan who like directed like Smoking Aces or whatever.
Also hit or miss for me.
Oh, very very hit or miss. Yeah, but I heard a lot of good buzz about it, and that it was a nice little like action movie and like some really cool kind of cult fan sort of performances in it from some like cool like character actors.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I really liked it. It was a really good time. It was fun.
That's good to know. I've seen it on the listed, in the new movie section a bunch of times, and I was very cautious. It's hard to tell like what's direct to video nonsense.
Yeah, no, it's like it had a proper. It was like a proper released kind of thing, and I'd seen some decent buzz about it. Like it's, it's one of those sort of floating around 70% Rotten Tomatoes kind of thing, but in that genre, that's usually indicative of like pretty entertaining.
70 is way high enough for me to watch something.
Yeah. So it was actually 81% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
well within acceptable levels.
Yeah.
Limping in here with Queen 9 of Spades. Well, off-brand sourdough for Leo Star. K. Meisel calling for the 3-4 deuce flop. No such luck. It's Queen 6-7 2 clubs. Top pair for Shark.
Yeah, great start to this heads up for Shark mode on. The other thing that good turn card here actually for Leo Star getting open-ended. But that does kill the 5, and a 9 would give Leo Star the straight, but you know, only 3 9s left.
So you're saying nobody folded a 9?
That is correct.
Oh boy. But that was a cross between boy and baby. It was oh boy. Like the seasoning.
And actually, this could be especially bad for Leo Star if Leo Star decided to try to bluff this river, because Leo Star certainly could have a bunch of 9s in this situation. The thing that I find interesting about a movie like Cop Shop 2 is that it's part of this kind of like almost this genre that was created through the pandemic, where it's like these one location movies.
Sure.
And they're very, very hit or miss, but they're cool when they actually work. It like basically all takes place at a precinct, the whole movie. Pretty much.
This wasn't one of those movies, but it could have been. Did you ever see a movie called, oh man, what was it called? Ricochet? The whole movie is a shootout.
I have seen that. Yeah, that's similar because it does all take place in one.
Yeah.
Was it called Ricochet? And it had like Brie Larson and.
I don't think it was called Ricochet, but it was something called like Bounce Shot or something like that. But, like,
was Adrian Brody in it too? No, is that too much?
no, it was the guy from also was in a Carnahan movie. He was in A-Team, the South African
Oh yeah,
guy.
yeah. The South African guy.
Pair of 8s here for Shark mode.
Free Fire.
Free Fire, yeah, that was
Ricochet.
That movie was so funny.
Yeah, it was good. And yeah,
Shark
Army
mode.
Hammer was in it.
Yep, Army Hammer.
Killian Murphy. Yeah. This was fun.
Another dominating suit situation. Last
Yep.
time the flush draw did appear, did not come in. Jack Deuce getting a little loose.
And I would love to see Leo Star not buy into this nonsense. We've seen Shark
Yeah, there
be
you
like,
go.
you know what? You got a lot of heart with this 3-bet.
Shark mode.
But I
off.
got it all. I got all the heart.
Top pair for Shark mode, despite being behind pre-flop.
Jobs 4200 asks, have you seen Hardcore Henry? I actually saw that movie at TIFF. Midnight Madness. Very good time. You seen that one, right?
I haven't seen it. It's the kind of movie that I wanted to see when it was new, but like if I didn't see it then, it's just probably never going to happen.
Yeah.
Top pair still good for Shark mode. So I guess they're playing for what, like 16K difference in prize money.
Listen, Joe, you know how much I love you.
Yeah.
I am not going down
That road.
that rabbit hole with you. I'm not. It's just Too many moving parts, man. I can't figure it out. It's not
I
my
think
expertise.
I think it's double your opponent's
Oh, but see, now we're doing it.
bounty.
Now you've decided we're doing it. I asked you not to. I even declared my love.
A lot of people are saying 32K.
Here we go.
Hardigan's the only person that's ever figured it out.
Yeah. And he bailed because he's,
He doesn't want to do it.
no, he wants us to learn. He wants us to. This is how, you let your birds fly out of the nest sort of situation.
Give a man.
He's just like, oh, it's really
Give a man
late,
the answer to
and I'm
the
like
bounty
tired,
question.
and I have children. No, he none of those things. He wants us to figure out how this works.
A lot of people saying 32K and very snootily. And if it's not right, you're all going to get banned, permanently banned.
Permaban. Whoa.
No, we're not counting the 16 they already banked. They've both already banked the 16K.
Which bank?
That's true. The one across the street.
Straight draws, gut shots for everyone here. Bit of a range advantage for Leo Star. Another bet here, I think, would get that king high out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But has to be worried that something like a 6, certainly an ace, will not fold the turn, but does find that king high on the other end and bets it through.
Queen on queen, domination situation. Shark mode on top. Pairs the jack. Pairs the 6 for Leo.
Okay, red or black for the turn. Or I guess I should say...
There's no black.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
Spade club or heart diamond for the turn.
Blue.
Blue.
Oh, green.
Wait, I should have picked something too. Okay, we're not very good at this. Okay.
We can cover half the field if we...
Yeah, no. Okay, I'll take green.
You'll take green? I'll take green.
Ooh! No. 1-0 Griffin. Keep score at home, everyone. So he'll try to rip me off at the end of this thing.
This is great here. See if Leo Star tries to bet the 6. Doesn't. That poker dude says, it's pretty simple. If they knock them out, they get 8K, and their bounty is increased by 4K to 12K, and so it's 24K, and they win that, so 24 plus 8. Yeah, very simple.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for... You're banned.
Thanks for the simplicity of that explanation.
Thanks for stopping by, that poker dude.
Shark mode pulling to nearly even.
My goodness. I really enjoy the mob mentality of your bands or fake bands. Just all your babies on the internet, they're just like, yeah, get him, Joe.
The reason I didn't get him flush draw here, semi bluff from Leo Star. The reason I didn't get them is because I thought maybe it was a bit.
Yeah, and also, or the person might just be right, and you shouldn't ban them for being right.
Oh no, of course
Like,
I will. If they're right, but a dick.
That's true, actually. In my experiences with you, it's been more important to you. The person's not a dick than
Correct.
any sense of right. Yeah, it's true.
So James, who is agreeing with me, the final bounty is 16,000 times 2. That's exactly what I said.
James, we appreciate you letting us spread our wings. That's the conclusion we came to. We came to that. We came to 32K.
He
but,
still had he's pushed us out of the nest and saw that we were drowning.
Yeah.
And had to come save us anyway.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. You're a good man.
King high is the flop. Queen high is the best hand. And
These
it's
guys are pretty
open-ended
good.
now.
I'll be honest.
Shark mode or Leo or both of them?
They're both playing well. They both know when to call, when to know to be aggressive. They've been very aware of ICM. They've been making some big folds. I have just been overall impressed with what we've seen at this FT.
Man, it's pretty hard to fold that, but Shark did find the way. Ooh, this is fun.
Not when you got the fadoosh. Someone said I reminded them of Jack Black earlier in the chat, so fadoosh.
Coming to Yeehaw. Sometimes I get roped into those clickbait headlines like 25 Hollywood star encounters that you have to read about, right? And someone be like, I waited on Benedict Cumberbatch at a cafe one time, and he looked at me. And the one about Jack Black was like, this was like the nicest dude.
Yeah.
Jack Black's got a good rep.
Yeah, I follow a TikTok a TikTok account that specializes in blind items. It's like my little slice of gossip kind of thing, where I, instead of like reading the tabloids like we did when we were younger, I guess. And yeah, they're super interesting. Heard some great things about Julia Roberts.
I think
Apparently
the thing I
she's
read about her
lovely.
was bad.
Really?
The thing is, you never know. Full house for Leo start. You never know what you've caught someone in the middle of, right?
Yeah, this is true. That's very, very true.
Like, I'm obviously not a celebrity at all, but one time I was on a date and I was in this crowded club in London, and my date like kind of got away from me, and I was trying to find her. Like, we got separated in the crowd, and this dude grabbed me for a photo. And I was like, all right, man, I'm going to be in this photo with you. But, called on the end by Ace High.
Ooh.
And
Nice
are we going
value.
to a break, or are we going to play through the break? That's the question.
I think we're going to get a break. And
We are getting a break,
to...
but we're going to stay here and just wait it out. We're not going to go to the full screen. So I have time to tell this story.
Yeah.
So this dude stops me, and he's like, can I get a picture? And I'm like, yeah, no problem. But if I don't find my date tonight, I'm coming back to find you. And you're going to pay for this. And so that guy might have gone online and been like, Joe Stapleton's a jerk. But,
Joe, that was how we met.
Sorry, was that you?
Yeah, that's a good example.
I've you never know what you're interrupting, what conversation. Like, imagine you're out to dinner with your girlfriend and you're like breaking up, and someone comes over and asks for a photo. You might be like, get away from me.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. One guy in a coffee shop who I didn't know out of the blue in the middle of ordering told me he was really sorry that my girlfriend had just broken up with me. Like, dude, what? Yo, why? I actually don't know why I read that. I should have read that all the way through.
Who I didn't know out of the blue in the middle of ordering told me he was really sorry that my girlfriend. But did you know that your girlfriend had broken up with you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that story. Sometimes I don't read them. I just see like a wall of text from someone that normally writes coherent things.
Yeah.
And I just went for it.
Yeah, I wish we had some sort of like recourse in dealing with people like that.
Yes, Raksha, you absolutely can have a photo with me. That's why I'm going, to feed my ego. God knows I have no chance to win at poker.
Why don't you write a comic about it? You showed me like an image of like kind of like the car, like of what it looks like. I guess not. You haven't put that online or anything, right?
Nothing's gone online yet.
No, but you did. I think you let me glance at something very briefly.
Yeah. When we met up in Vegas. Oh, this was great. So when I ran into Griffin in Vegas, my girlfriend was with me, and she had neither met Griffin nor had really heard much about him. you know, for no particular reason, just that it's been a pandemic and we haven't been in the same place for like over 2 years. So as soon as we run into Griffin, Griffin's like in the middle of trying to figure out how to get a COVID test so we can go back home to Canada. And he's like a little frazzled. He's a little distracted. And we leave Griffin at CVS while we go to try to find a place for lunch. And me and Griffin's friend Max are trying to explain to my girlfriend how there's like a 50-50 chance that Griffin will just not show up to lunch because he's like one of the biggest man children in the entire world. And there's like a strong chance that he'll just like get distracted by something and never actually make it.
You never told me this.
And so she's like, wait, so you guys are friends with this guy? And we're like, yes, he's awesome. He's the best, but he's also like a complete disaster. And so there's like a 25% chance he'll be here in the next 10 minutes, a 25% chance he doesn't show up at all, 25% chance he just like rolls up in the back of a pickup truck being like, hey, I just got a ride from these guys. 25% dealer's choice.
And the whole thing was that I couldn't figure out how to cross the street.
Yep,
That
and
was
we
the
knew
whole
that.
thing. Yeah. I couldn't figure out how to cross the street in Vegas because it was like there was a walk. People have been to Vegas in the Twitch chat. You got to go up the stair and across, and I just kept on going back and forth, waiting to figure out how to cross.
He was like froggering halfway across the street and running back.
Oh my gosh! And all for that burger. Because it wasn't bad.
KCDI Stranger says, I sat across from Joe and James at EPT Prague for 2 nights in a row at the Hilton Buffet, too intimidated to say hi. That and James never stopped talking. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was going to be a rope-a-dope for an insult to James.
That was great how you set that one up where you're just like, oh, I don't read them all the way through. Like, I didn't know. It was
No, because he wrote that earlier, and I was like, oh, you should have talked to James. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, definitely that's what we're there for. Come say hi to us. But that part wasn't on the end last time.
Oh, my God, that's great.
That was a new addition to it. I would say in general, sometimes James is not happy. All right, we are back.
We're
playing
back.
heads up here for the Sunday Million title.
Here for the Sunday Million title.
KO week.
Co-week.
Shark mode on. Playing well. Had one double up so far. Flops the flush draw. With 7-9.
5 deuce ain't it, dog.
Chipping up almost back to 30 million.
Almost back 30 mil. That is what we need to win.
And another flush draw.
Against 2 pair. Who's gonna win? Got your hand in a snare.
Whiff on the turn, but we might see another bet out of Leo Star. This is a situation where it's pretty easy to fire twice.
Yes. You really want to target those 10x kind of hands, those, Jack 9, Jack 8 kind of hands that might have called on the flop. King 9. Can't take a lot of pressure on the turn. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we see either course of action. Isn't that amazingly lazy commentating? It could be either one. Wouldn't be surprised. It could be one. It could be the other. That's just what I do all day, guys. Don't pay too much attention. You'll start noticing it.
Once I
King
figured
Jack.
out that all the smart people do is just say, oh boy, flopping
Oh
the
boy.
joint here, Leo
And
Star.
now we'll never know what the smart people say.
Well, they say everything.
Yeah.
All you have to do is not say one of the things that is like very unlikely to happen, and you're
There
good.
you go. Yeah. Yeah. So, going to expect a check raise or a bet here. Huh? What do you think? Pretty good? Pretty good.
Yeah,
Nope.
so you just say both things. We can see a bet.
I said check raise first. I want the chat to remember that. I said check raise before bet here. Okay? You know what I said.
I heard you.
That was me pointing at the collective Twitch. I didn't mean to threaten you so much. Mostly just the viewers at home.
It's a
Boom.
mix. There you go, Raz Prince. That's for all of it. Top pair again. We saw Shark Mode fold top pair before. If Shark Mode cannot fold top pair this time, it is over. It does fold.
Wow. Buckle up. We're going to be here all night.
Shark Mode doing pretty well to have not gone broke in 2 different spots at this point, making very tough laydowns heads up. I mean, who can fold top pair heads up? Certainly not me.
How did Shark Mode even just call here? Like, this is a pretty standard-ish 17 big blind shove on an open ace-5. Just calls. We're galloping towards even potential chopped pot. Did I say chopped? So sorry.
It's okay. You can say chopped pot now as long as it isn't a chopped pot in the song. Ain't a chopped pot either way you slice it.
And 0%.
And again, Shark Mode just sort of falling victim to card distribution. Really isn't doing much wrong and is in fact doing a lot to mitigate having costly second best hands. Don't know how you can get away from this one. Yeah, not this time. And Leo Star right back to where they started the heads up.
Ooh.
6-1-ish chip lead. And we might start to see Leo start shoving a little more frequently again now that we're around the 10 big blind mark.
Ooh.
Second pair for Shark Mode. Gut shot and a backdoor spade draw. 2 overs for Leo. Two pair now for Shark Mode. And a small, well, not relative to the size of the pot, looks small based on the size of the pots we've been having.
Oh,
this is very bad news for Leo Star. Finally, Shark Mode. Coolering Leo.
I told you were going to be a star, Leo, but you got too close to the sun.
How much is Shark Mode going to go for? All of it.
Oof. Woof.
And that is a double up for Shark Mode. Leo Star raising Queen 10. Shark Mode calls with 4, 5, and flops Bupkis.
What is Bupkis?
Other than nothing, I don't know. I don't know what it literally means. You gonna look it up?
Nope. Did it look like I was going to? Are you kidding me? We literally have 1,564 assistants that will look it up for us if we ask.
That's true.
And I can focus on commentating. What's a Bupkis, chat?
Shark Mode.
I love you.
Betting with King High. It is the best hand. No longer the best hand. 9-9 flush for Leo Star. It's Yiddish indicating the absence of anything perceptible. Nothingness.
Thank you. Oh, 1, 2, yeah.
Literally translated as beans. And it is derived from a Slavic word for goat droppings.
See how deep they can go?
Shark Mode, unfortunately, firing into the heads-up nuts. And should they attempt to bluff this pot, it could be over. All right, doesn't
That'll
bluff all
do.
of it.
And
The
yeah,
hand,
just-
yeah, this tournament is not going to end on this hand, but it's going to be very, very grim for shark mode after this.
oh, it's just the worst feeling, isn't it? When you just
Yeah.
run a bluff and you bet half your stack on the river. Then you're just like, womp, womp, and you have 8% of your opponent, and you're just wasting everyone's time. We know you're going to lose.
Leo set shark all in, fold. I feel like the end is nigh, or certainly a double up. Ace 4 diamonds, that feels like an all in. Leo with 9 high. No. No, I do not think the bluff would have worked if they had gone all in. Thank you for your question. You can't fold a flush there.
Don't blame, don't ban that guy for the dumb question. He's just another fish.
Not, I wasn't gonna. I didn't think it was a dumb question. I just think it's an easy to answer question.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
Ooh,
Shark
pitiful
mode.
Jack Deuce, simple Jack.
Jams, Jack Deuce, Queen High flop, Jack on the turn.
You
No,
never go full
love for shark mode.
simple
Who is
Jack.
now off on the river. Top pair, good enough to take it down. Shark mode finishing in second place for $93,366.
It's a lot of money.
Leo Star in first place. That's $93,000 plus the $16K in bounties. That's $109,000. $93,000 for Leo plus $50K in bounties is $143,000. So what do you know? About $32,000 difference between the two. Let's bring James Hardigan back in to take us home.
Yeah, I suddenly realized that when I signed off the better part of an hour ago, I realized I'm actually running the show tonight and I can't go to bed. I just have to sit here and wait and push buttons until something happens. So
Sorry, buddy.
here I am. That's all right. Yeah, I mean, that difference in prize money at the end, that final bounty of near enough 33 grand. So 50K in head prizes near enough for Leo Star 121. So a total cash of more than 142K and just over 109K for the runner-up. Obviously, want to get out of here quite quickly, guys, but suffice to say, no podcast this week. Joe's over in London, playing UK IPT London at the tail end of this week. We are both going to be in town at the Hippodrome and at the Prince Charles Cinema on Wednesday of this week for the special private movie screening. If you are in London, if you are playing the UK IPT, or if you're hanging around the event, don't forget you can get tickets at the welcome desk. And then next Monday, we both have a week off. I'm away for Easter. Joe will be recovering from his experience at the Hippodrome. So I believe it's going to be Nick Walsh and Ali Shaban bringing you more Sunday Million goodness, 6:30 UK time, 7:30 Central European time. Griffin, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun hanging out with you guys and everyone in the Twitch chat. It's always such a pleasure.
And Joe, I appreciate this one went a bit longer than I think any of us anticipated at the start of the day. Are you still going to make your flight?
I'm going to make my flight, but I got to go to the bank first. So
Yeah,
I got to go to the
get them
bank, the dry
pounds.
cleaner. I got to go.
Get
Okay.
them pounds.
Joe's got stuff to do. Buddy, I will see you in just over 24 hours. Looking forward to hanging out with you on Wednesday. Hope to see some of you
so
there
cute.
as well. But for now, from Griffin Benja, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from the PokerStars Arena.